Chapter 15:13. Rumble. Suddenly, it was as if billions of thunderclaps were ringing in the sky. Qin Feng's expression changed as he raised his head. He waved his hands, and the power of the Spirit Sea's origin condensed, and the scene outside the Spirit Sea appeared in the void. In the chaos, hundreds of behemoths were crazily spewing out terrifying light toward the Spirit Sea. Outside the Spirit Sea, the rich power of the upper realm formed billions of layers. The terrifying light rushed forward, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of layers of the chaos barrier were broken. But in an instant, the broken chaos barrier was restored. Alien enemy, Master God battleship? With just a glance, Qin Feng sneered. He instantly understood what the Genesis primordial spirit was doing all this time. Traitor, how could this be? However, at this moment, the Genesis primordial spirit looked at the billions of layers of the chaos barrier in a daze. How could the world barrier of the upper realm above the Spirit Sea be so thick? In the Fire Origin battleship, Fire Cloud Sacred God, Nanming Sacred God, and a group of Golden Crow experts gasped. Generally speaking, hundreds of Chaos battleships and 3 Master God battleships couldn't break the world barrier of the upper realm of the 33 heavens in one fell swoop. But they could still cause cracks in the world barrier, and, at the very least, there would be fluctuations. Just now, the hundreds of heavenly demon battleships had only broken through tens of thousands of layers of the world barrier. This was simply beyond imagination. Let the Golden Rock battleship and Lion King battleship activate the strongest heaven origin strike. I don't believe that a third of the heavenly demon Great Worlds battleships can't shake a newly ascended upper realm. Fire Cloud, Sacred God, was furious. Fire Cloud battleship, sun-splitting divine, arrows ready. Golden Light battleship, Chaos Golden Light crossbows ready. Lion King battleship, Lion King spirit exterminating cannon ready. Chaos level battleship, Heaven Origin strike ready. Rumble. In the chaos, hundreds of huge vortexes appeared, and a huge amount of chaos gas was swallowed by the hundreds of huge battleships. A destructive power emerged. Fire, fire, fire. The vast light expanded, and hundreds of extremely thick divine lights seemed to fill the water mirror that Qin Feng had manifested. Rumble. Over 100,000 world barriers were directly pierced through by the cannon fire. However, that was all there was to it. The world barrier absorbed the primal chaos energy that was everywhere in the primal chaos and rapidly recovered to its original state. It was abnormally quiet in the chaos. Looking at the chaos world wall that was as good as new, the 4 saint gods leading the fleet were stunned. It's the inescapable net. As the god of creation of the Spirit Sea, the Genesis primordial spirit had the deepest connection with the Spirit Sea and could sense the countless changes at the deepest level. If the Spirit Sea did not have rules like the inescapable net, it would be like a plate of loose sand. In that case, the Spirit Sea, which possessed the great Tao rules of the inescapable net, was a giant that had twisted its power into a rope. The inescapable net condensed all things in the Spirit Sea, including all living beings and gods, and even space and time itself. Its defensive power naturally far surpassed that of some of the newly ascended upper realms of the 33 heavens. The Genesis primordial spirit's face was gloomy. They had underestimated the magical effect of the inescapable net and underestimated the terror of the primeval Lord Deity. Pan Yuan, this is your powerful ally? It seems that this is all there is to it. Qin Feng specially turned this scene into a water screen for everyone to see. The fleet that blotted out the sky and the extremely terrifying chaos warship cannons were simply appalling. At the same time, they also saw another figure in the sky apart from the primeval Lord Deity. You see it, living beings of the Spirit Sea realm. This is your god of creation who colluded with the alien races in an attempt to destroy the Spirit Sea. In order to attain Tao, you are just as sacrificial lambs? A vast and heavy voice resounded in the void, reverberating through the trillions of voids. The invaders are close at hand. Those who are still resisting the spirit sea god system and the inescapable net. Are you still going to do something that will hurt your loved ones and delight your enemies at this time? Are you really willing to expose your wives, children, families, and sex to the alien races? The vast voice was deafening. In the trillions of voids, in the spirit sea that stretched for an unknown number of miles, all the gods looked at the water mirror high in the sky with pale faces. The terrifying chaos warships and the roaring divine fire. Even the innate deity kings, deity emperors, and deity emperors were nothing but cannon fodder under such terrifying cannon fire. God of creation Pan Yuan, which other voice is Pan Yuan? Is he betraying the spirit sea and selling us all out to the alien races? God of creation Pan Yuan is still alive? Is this real or fake? And those fleets from the alien races? At this moment, the spirits of the spirit sea were buzzing in their minds. Many could not believe their ears. Primeval Lord Deity, don't exaggerate. In the origin ocean, the creator primeval Lord Deity was furious. He tried to mobilize his power to refute, but Qin Feng sneered and sealed off the periphery of the origin ocean. The creator primeval Lord Deity's voice could not be transmitted out. Seeing this, the creator primeval Lord Deity's eyes spat fire and trembled in anger. You are so cunning. At this moment, he could not refute at all, and he also saw that Qin Feng was instigating some of the spirits of the spirit sea god system to lead the masses to hate and curse him. The creator primeval Lord Deity. Along with the curse, the aura of hatred appeared. Cracks began to appear in the intimate connection between him and the spirit sea. The intimacy level was decreasing. Wisps of evil thoughts from the masses began to endlessly pester him. Although his chaos true body was not afraid of such pestering, it still infuriated the creator primeval Lord Deity. Cunning. How dare a creator primeval Lord Deity say such childish words? You and I have been enemies for a long time. Am I supposed to be a gentleman and wait for you to stab me a few times before I slowly reason with you? Looking at the creator primeval Lord Deity who was being pestered by evil thoughts, Qin Feng sneered with a faint smile. The appearance of so many master gods in the Tian Yao great world was beyond his expectations. He had guessed that the creator primeval Lord Deity was colluding with foreign enemies. However, his target was Taoist creator and some other god systems. He did not expect to attract so many Tian Yao warships. It was a pity that this demon race expert had underestimated the power of the inescapable net. Primeval Lord Deity, don't be happy too early. Just wait for me to completely recover my cultivation. Once I prove my Tao, the spirit sea will belong to me. All your efforts will be in vain. After all, the creator primeval Lord Deity had an extraordinary temperament. He regained his composure. Although all his plans had failed, he still had great hopes of turning the tables. As long as he integrated with the great Tao of congenital power and successfully broke through, the primeval Lord Deity would still have to obediently give up everything. Chapter 15:14. Then let's wait and see. Qin Feng shrugged. In fact, he hoped that the Genesis primordial spirit would rush out in anger to clarify things. That way, he would have the opportunity to kill the Genesis primordial spirit in one fell swoop. However, it didn't matter if the Genesis primordial spirit didn't come out. As the resentment of all living beings towards the Genesis primordial spirit was stirred up, the karma between the Genesis primordial spirit and the spirit sea would gradually disappear in this resentment. Without the protection of the spirit sea, the Genesis primordial spirit would die in his hands sooner or later. The Genesis primordial spirit's only hope now was to recover its peak strength before its intimacy with the spirit sea dropped to zero. The Genesis primordial spirit also understood this point. Its figure flashed, and it swiftly retreated into the spirit sea, striving to recover its peak strength as soon as possible. Boiling a frog in warm water. One day I'll kill you completely. Looking at the disappearing figure of the Genesis primordial spirit, Qin Feng sneered gloomily. After a moment, he raised his head and looked beyond the chaos. The demon god system? His eyes flickered with a trace of fierceness. This time, the demon race actually sent out a Master God fleet. This was to kill him. The Master God space had several modes of operation. Some people refined it into their bodies. The world was them, and they were the world. Some people hid the Master God space, like Qin Feng, in the unknown endless void. Some people refined the Master God space into a Master God weapon. In general, each had its advantages and disadvantages. The choices of the Masters were very different. If they refined the Master God space into their bodies, it could greatly enhance the physical strength of the Master God. This was extremely favored by some 16th-level saint gods who focused on physical cultivation. With one blow, the power of the Master God and the power of the Master God space combined. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. When killing, the power would be shocking. This was an advantage. However, there were also flaws. When the Born Taoism aptitude combined with the Master God space, it would turn into the Born Taoism aptitude. This would make the Taoism aptitude extremely huge, and it would be more troublesome to move. If they encountered a powerful opponent or were to be besieged, they would easily become a target, unable to escape. Next, he would combine the Master God space with his natal spiritual treasure and turn it into a top-tier world divine weapon. When the natal spiritual treasure was combined with the Master God space, it would naturally be tempered to the greatest extent. At the same time, the Master God space would also possess extremely strong defensive and offensive abilities. For example, a sovereign battleship. This sovereign battleship was one of the freakishly powerful divine weapons that had been developed based on this usage. This seemed to be the most cost-effective option. However, this also had its flaws. Once he reached the later stages, he would be limited by his natal spiritual treasure. It would be even more difficult for his creator space to evolve than it would be for an ordinary creator space. There was also someone like Qin Feng, who was a farmer. He wanted to turn the Lord God space into the center of many conquered worlds, using many large and small worlds to nourish the Lord God space, striving to turn it into a perfect world. What was a perfect world? It was an immortal world. As the creator of the Lord God space, the God of creation, the God of gods, could also benefit from it. He could receive feedback, cultivate with the yin and yang of heaven and earth, and then obtain information to advance to the eternal realm, as well as a very small opportunity. However, this model also had its flaws. This was because if one wanted to control many worlds and turn all the conquered worlds into their own subsidiary worlds, it would be very easy for enemy sovereigns to discover them. Moreover, once discovered, they wouldn't be able to escape. For example, the sacred god Limestone and the sacred god Emerald had died at Qin Feng's hands. However, because the reincarnated ones under their command had been discovered, they had been traced back to their base, ambushed, and killed. Qin Feng had chosen the third model. Although the third model didn't have the offensive power of the first model, nor did it have the flexibility of the second model, it was the most beneficial to the growth of sovereigns. As for the flaws, Qin Feng had already found a way to overcome them. The great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness had used this method before, as had the primordial emperor Shi. That was to find an upper realm of the 33 skies, completely refine it, and merge it with the Lord God space. In this way, not only would the Lord God space possess unparalleled defensive capabilities, but it would also be able to reach the heavens in a single bound, devouring that upper realm of the 33 skies and evolving into a primordial Lord God space. However, upper realms of the 33 skies were undoubtedly quite rare. Among the trillions of worlds, it was difficult for an upper realm of the 33 skies to appear in several eras. Even if there was one, it was possible that a native sacred god had already been born. Whether an upper realm of the 33 skies had a native sacred god or not was a completely different standard. For example, the Spirit Sea upper realm had given birth to an innate sacred god like Qin Feng. It had become extremely ugly, and the difficulty of conquering it was almost hellish. Even if it was an ordinary postnatal sacred god, the difficulty would not be so great. After conquering it, the upper realm might directly drop in rank or be beaten to a pulp, perishing together. At this moment, although Qin Feng had not merged with the Spirit Sea, the Lord God Space was among the countless outer planes of the Spirit Sea and was protected by the Spirit Sea. Looking at the huge Master God fleet, Qin Feng retracted his gaze. He only had to wait for the day when he merged the opposite Tao seed and entered the second step of becoming a lord, completely controlling the Spirit Sea. Then, he would have plenty of time to deal with the demon god system. Looking around, Qin Feng muttered to himself. Now that the Genesis primordial spirit had completely lost the ability to stir up trouble, he was prepared to continue his seclusion to completely deduce the innate void path. He also had to go into seclusion to comprehend the universe book. The advancement process of the universe book was a rare opportunity, and it would be extremely beneficial for his future cultivation of the innate void path. Also, he had to find time to completely digest and comprehend the benefits of witnessing the chaos and the advancement of the Spirit Sea. However, before he went into seclusion, he had to meet a few women. With a flash of brilliance, his figure disappeared high in the sky. Earth Marsh Divine Region. Yanling City, Du Family. Yanling City was not considered a top city in the vast Earth Marsh Divine Region. It could only be considered a mid-tier city. Among the 9 great divine regions, the Earth Marsh Divine Region was the private land of primordial Xingqian school. Although the ancestral court of the god system was set up here, the people who live in the Earth Marsh Divine Region were all former disciples of primordial Xingqian school, including the disciples of Xingqian school, as well as some disciples of the Sun Moon Sword sect, Tianliang cult, and Primordial Origin sect who had not betrayed them. There are also their families, as well as some of the god kings and god emperors in the god system. For example, the Qin family of the Primordial Lord God, the Pan family of the Primordial God King, the Ji family of the Primordial God, the Bai family of the Bai Emperor, and so on. The Du family was not eye-catching among the many big families in the Earth Marsh Divine Region. The Du family was able to establish themselves in Yanling City and become the overlord of Yanling City, not because of the Du family's influence. In fact, the Du family was much weaker than imagined. There were many families in the city that were stronger than the Du family. There was only one reason why the Du family was able to lead so many heroes and make so many forces willingly submit to them. It was rumored that the beloved daughter of the Du family's current head was a god consort of the God King. Chapter 15:15. Over gods and divine concubines brought the Du family endless glory. Thanks to this, the Du family went from being a royal family of small kingdom to the Glade State, becoming the lord of a fief that spanned 100,000 square miles. They had their own heritage. For the first time in history, a divine spirit had appeared in the royal family. Although only a few had managed to reverse the Khanate divine spirit body, it was still a remarkable improvement. With the advancement of the Spirit Sea, the Deva's decay barrier between epochs disappeared. The Khanate divine spirit body coexisted with the mountains and rivers, shining as brightly as the sun and moon. The Yin Mountain Range behind Swallow Spirit City was a huge, winding mountain range. Although it wasn't as great as some of the top divine mountains, it was considered one of the top divine mountains in the 3,000 spirit realm. Since the Yin Mountain Range was so huge, it naturally had a corresponding mountain god and a few earth gods. However, the Khanate divine spirit body only had the right to regulate the earth veins and earth chi, refine the divine mountains, rule over the beasts, spirit roots, and spiritual beasts born in the mountains, and supervise all living beings. The ones who ruled over the land were the lords of the various territories. There was a clear distinction between the two. Although some of the powers overlapped, they could reach an understanding after some discussion. Of course, if there was any dissatisfaction, they could take it to the divine court. The divine system had the divine court of great judgment and the other divine courts of lesser judgment. They could appeal directly to the divine court for judgment. Most of the divine spirits in the divine court of great judgment cultivated the laws and rules of judgment, justice, and adjudication. Under the supervision of the inescapable net, they were able to maintain the greatest degree of fairness, impartiality, and openness. In the depths of the mountain range, there were many palaces. There was a side palace on a mountain called the Yin Fei Palace. When Qin Feng appeared in the Yin Fei Palace, he scanned it with his divine telekinesis and appeared in a secret chamber. In the secret chamber, a girl in colorful clothes was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She was petite and hot, with strands of 7-colored divine power surrounding her body. Her waist was slender, and her skin was white as snow. She had an elegant and noble temperament amidst the 7-colored light. Du Pingxia's meridians were long, and her body was glowing with 7-colored divine light. She had reversed her connate divine spirit body. She was one of the few connate divine spirits in the Du family. He was a high-level innate god. Compared to some of the peerless geniuses, the body of a high-level innate god was one of the best among the billions of innate gods. Qin Feng had several god concubines, and the strongest among them was definitely Bai Yin or Bai Yu. The two women became one, and by chance, the two women's true spirits merged. Bai Yu was an ancient expert from the primordial era. Through Ling Hai's advancement, not only did he reverse his innate deity king's potential, but he also took the opportunity to break through into the celestial monarch level. Thinking of Bai Yin and Bai Yu, Qin Feng sighed. Ever since they had made love 1,000 years ago, Bai Yu seemed to have never wanted to see him. Although they had a divine position in the Spirit Sea divine system, the twin divine concubines had never been to the Lingxiao heavenly palace. They had always stayed in the Bai Emperor continent. Qin Feng was aware of his whereabouts. Recently, he had been helping the Bai Emperor clan seize some outer realm continents. After them were the Queen of Silver Moon and the Phoenix Empress. The two women were both innate deity emperors, and in terms of potential, they were above Bai Yu. Queen Silver Moon controlled the Divine Tree continent, and as an innate deity emperor, she was one of the strongest in Ling Hai. She was also very ambitious. Phoenix Queen Feng Yi controlled a very important module in King God space, the Myriad Worlds trading space. She used the nets above heavens to control the transactions. Vaguely, she already had the title of the Lord of Time and Space Trading. These two women were also not simple characters. The rest were Du Pingxia, Yu Yao, Shi Tong, Shi Han, and the Sea Monster Queen who didn't even have the title of God Concubine. Yu Yao was in charge of internal affairs, and she was very good at it. She was born with an extraordinary desire for power and a natural shrewdness. Yu Yao was one step ahead of Du Pingxia. For the past 1,000 years, she had been leading the Wasteland Reclamation Army in King God space, exploring the many planes around Ling Hai. She was very skillful, and she was good at buying people's hearts. She had gathered a large number of subordinates, and now she was ruling over a certain extraterritorial continent, calling herself the Empress. Benefiting from the Wasteland Reclamation Army's profits, she also reversed her innate deity emperor status. And what she cultivated was the heavenly emperor divine investiture art. In fact, sometimes Qin Feng felt that this woman was more suitable for the heavenly emperor's throne. All these years, Yu Yao had been suppressed by him, and in fact, it greatly limited this ambitious woman's development. Among all the god concubines, Du Pingxia was the weakest. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the multicolor-clothed girl, and there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Du Pingxia had been working hard, but her talent was limited. But she had a strong self-esteem, and she had never once begged him. Qin Feng still remembered the first time he met this multicolor-clothed girl. Qin Feng could see that with the girl's potential, it would be very difficult for her to break through to the deity king level. Without tens of thousands of years of cultivation, it was impossible. Let me give you a hand. The multicolor-clothed girl cultivated the Guangling sword art, which could be said to be the path of the innate Tao of slaughter. But in Qin Feng's opinion, the girl's personality was not suitable for the innate Tao of slaughter. She was very suitable for the Tao of Taisu of the innate 5 manifestations. What was Taisu? Taisu was formed by the transformation of Taisu. The transformation of innate Taisu was the Tao of transformation. With a wave of his hand, a pure white aura silently appeared in his palm. This was a strand of innate Taisu Qi. The innate 5 manifestations were of extremely high quality. Although the spiritual C's postnatal spiritual Qi ratio had changed from innate to postnatal, it had not given birth to the innate 5 manifestations. The innate 5 manifestations would only be born at the beginning of the universe. Moreover, the innate 5 manifestations would not be born in ordinary universes. Only when the universe was created in the 33 heavens, like the chaos era, would the innate 5 manifestations be born. The strand of innate 5 manifestations in Qin Feng's body came from the primordial void great universe, and was looted by the chaos marquis of the lost race of chaos. It was extremely precious. Qin Feng waved his sleeve, and the pure white, innate Taisu Qi silently entered the multicolor-clothed girl's body. This strand of innate Taisu Qi instantly refined the body of the girl, who was meditating, into a huge ball of pure white Qi. Qin Feng struck out a series of Tao seals, which landed on the pure white Qi, and turned it into a pure white flag. He wanted to completely rebuild the girl's foundation, erase her original mark of the innate Tao of slaughter, and then combine her soul with the innate Taisu Qi to reform her body. Chapter 15:16. Apart from the innate Taisu Qi, there was also a white banner that was completely formed in the innate Taisu Qi. It was the innate treasure, the Taisu form refining banner. However, it was just a prototype. Qin Feng gave the multicolor-clothed girl a part of the supreme profoundness of the Primordial Spirit Treasure Sutra, and a part of it was related to the supreme secret technique of refining the grand essence shape-shifting banner. The Taisu form refining banner would be the new Taisu goddess's Tao affirmation spiritual treasure. Moments later, under Qin Feng's control, the girl's soul gradually merged with the innate Taisu Qi, and a white banner appeared in the void with the Taisu Qi swirling around it. The banner danced as if it could easily break through the dimensions. The white light was blurry. Light flowed on the banner and gradually transformed into the figure of a young girl in white clothes. She had a petite figure with a fire leopard on her back. She had a holy and dignified look on her face. She gave off an indescribable aura of chaos, as if she was standing high above the heavens. At this point, Du Pingxia had already reconstructed his foundation, and all he needed to do was to slowly adapt to the innate Taisu Qi's power. Then, he would be able to transform into the innate Taisu deity king that took the form of the innate Taisu Qi. Although the steps seemed simple, they were actually extremely dangerous. If it wasn't for Qin Feng, who was a level 16, innate saint god, he might not be able to safely reconstruct the girl's foundation. Then, Qin Feng shot out a ray of light. The innate Taisu form refining art was a cultivation technique that Qin Feng comprehended from the Grand Mist spiritual treasure scripture, S supreme heritage, the Taisu form refining art. It was most suitable for cultivators with the innate Taisu divine body. It could cultivate to the level of deity emperor. As for the subsequent cultivation techniques, Qin Feng didn't plan to deduce them, as it would depend on the girl herself. Her own path, her own Tao, she had to deduce it herself. Qin Feng's help would only make things worse. Golden light flashed, and 4 or 5 golden books appeared in the void. Lifeless sword Tao, great white lotus art, Taisu sword scripture, Taisu form concealment heavenly scripture, infinite chaos scripture. These are the skills that Qin Feng meticulously created. There was also a token that led to the library of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. Although the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace's book collection tower was not as rich as the Master God Space's book collection tower, it still collected many ancient sects, as well as some of the sex books from the destroyed 72 mysterious sections. It could be said that it was extremely beneficial to the girl in colorful clothes. Looking at the girl who was transforming, Qin Feng sighed softly. There wasn't much he could do for the girl, but at least he did his best. Their relationship as husband and wife was not in vain. Blood chi pervaded the air, the great river surged, and millions of waterfalls rumbled. What was shocking was that these waterfalls were all made of blood. However, not only did the blood smell not seem fishy, but it also had a sweet fragrance, like nectar. It was like a spiritual object of heaven and earth. Above the blood river, space-time fluctuated, and a figure silently squeezed in from the depths of space-time. Endless blood river. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he looked over. There was no beginning or end to this blood river. It was vast and boundless. There was no lack of blood element, innate ferocious gods, and innate true spirits fighting in the river. Occasionally, blood wolves would be stirred up, and the scene could be described as extremely terrifying. The endless blood river had 18 layers. Qin Feng had once used the river's power to massacre the celestial lion race's sacred land, Lion Camel City, and forcefully snatch Shi Tong's sister, Shi Han. In Qin Feng's eyes, this famous place of advancement seemed to be undergoing some miraculous changes. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng frowned. The endless blood river was actually descending, attempting to merge with the underworld. This was not the lord of the underworld, earthly sovereign, actively urging it. Instead, it was a natural fusion. Qin Feng frowned. This was a trend, and also a general trend. Using the power of the inescapable net, Qin Feng could see from the trajectory of fate that there would be a day when the endless blood river would merge with the underworld and become a part of the underworld. Transforming into the endless blood sea and perfecting the laws of the underworld was, of course, indirectly perfecting the great Tao laws of the spirit sea. This trend could not be stopped. Moreover, Qin Feng also saw some extraordinary changes that he had never noticed before from it. Origin sacred lands. Including the underworld, the spirit sea would give birth to 6 origin sacred lands in the future. The 6 origin sacred lands included the incomplete underworld that had already been born. Yes, the incomplete underworld. The underworld was currently incomplete. The endless blood river would sink and merge with the underworld, forming the endless blood sea and the 18 layers of hell that imprisoned the sinful gods of the universe. The 6 origin sacred lands were destined to give birth to their own 16th level saint god in the future. This was the inevitable result of the spirit sea's gradual expansion. Qin Feng could vaguely see several other origin sacred lands in the future river of time. Apart from the nether origin sacred land, the underworld, there is also a place of boundless darkness where endless darkness surged. It seemed to have gathered all the darkness in the world, where countless innate darkness divine spirits and dark fallen divine spirits gathered. The darkness origin sacred land. Apart from the darkness origin sacred land, Qin Feng also saw a strange region that was in direct opposition to the darkness origin sacred land. It was like the light origin sea. Formless light roared, and light origin power flowed, forming a boundless, holy mountain of light at the center. That was the light origin sacred land. Apart from these 3 origin sacred lands, Qin Feng couldn't see the other 3 clearly. They were hidden in the river of time, and even with Qin Feng's current cultivation level, he couldn't completely clear the fog. However, Qin Feng was certain that any god emperor who could occupy the 6 origin sacred lands had a very high chance of becoming an origin saint god in this era. Qin Feng was somewhat speechless. The 6 origin sacred lands were a huge variable. Each origin sacred land represented a future origin saint god. Compared to the origin saint gods of the 6 fates who were born naturally, his innate saint god was an existence born outside of the spirit sea. There was no doubt that the birth of an origin saint god who controlled a part of the origin would impact the spirit sea divine system's position. However, Qin Feng couldn't stop the formation and birth of origin sacred lands. This was the result of the evolution of the spirit sea. If he tried to stop it, it would affect the spirit sea's potential, which would be akin to destroying his own backyard. However, if he didn't stop it, several poisonous snakes might be born in Qin Feng's backyard. Qin Feng suppressed the thoughts in his heart. The first origin sacred ground of the six was not yet complete. The birth of the next origin sacred ground would take several hundred years, so there was no need to worry too much. His gaze fell upon the depths of the endless river of blood. Through the inescapable net's search, Red Lotus's aura seemed to have entered this river 1,000 years ago. Thank you for the 100 gold coins tip. Another division master. Old iron, very hot. Chapter 15-17. To Qin Feng, who had stepped into the peak of the 16th level innate saint god and controlled the inescapable net, the endless blood river no longer held many secrets. In the 18 levels of the blood prison, some of the innate deity kings and a few deity emperors were exposed to Qin Feng. Through the inescapable net and the information collected by the celestial system's Feng Mansion, Qin Feng knew that two monarchs were born in the endless blood river. One of them was the Blood Spirit Monarch. The Blood Spirit Monarch was the overlord of the endless blood river during the primordial age. When the spiritual ocean leveled up, the Blood Spirit Monarch attempted to enter the postnatal blood Tao, but was killed by Qin Feng. The second monarch was the Lord of Blood. The Lord of Blood was born a few years after the Blood Spirit Monarch's death. The Lord of Blood was also known as the Bloody Monarch. This celestial monarch kept a low profile. Although he was recognized by the endless blood river after the Blood Spirit Monarch and ruled countless blood elemental godly spirits, he had never shown himself. Qin Feng glanced at the depths of the blood prison, his figure disappearing in an instant. At the center of the endless blood river was a world formed by a blood-red ocean. It looked vast and boundless, with countless vengeful spirits drowning in it. White bones floated on top of the blood-red ocean. Blood, sin, and the evilest power in the world seemed to have merged into the endless blood river. In the depths of the boundless blood river, there was a huge island. The island was surrounded by countless blood-red lotuses, and in the center of the island was a majestic divine palace. At the center of the godly palace was a beautiful lady in red. She looked to be in her late 20s, with a cold face and delicate facial features. There was a red lotus-shaped mark at the center of her forehead. Her blood-red hair flowed like a waterfall. Her eyes were closed as she slept. As she breathed softly, the entire endless blood river trembled. The endless blood river's origin turned into several blood rivers that merged into her body, refining her divine body and causing her aura and blood-red radiance to become even denser. Outside the palace, the many innate godly spirits that were meditating on the blood-red lotuses and absorbing the essence of the endless blood river were all in awe. Inexplicably, a supreme radiance that transcended above the myriad of worlds appeared without a sound. Qin Feng's figure already appeared in the great hall. His figure seemed to be one with the flowing flow of time, formless and formless. This little girl has indeed awakened the ability of the Bloody Queen. Moreover, she seems to want to refine the endless river of blood in one go and become its master. Qin Feng's eyes looked at the throne, and a strange smile appeared on his face. What a big appetite of her! Qin Feng chuckled. The endless blood river was the same as the food path of the two-dimensional abyss. It was a strange place born from the spirit sea and had an irreplaceable function with the world. Abyss, abyss, abysses, endless heavens, blood, blood, rivers, endless, endless blood, river, blood, rivers. Endless, endless, endless blood, rivers, endless heavenses. Endless, endless blood, blood, river, heavenses. S's. In the past, Wang Daoyi only managed to take down the abyss's endless heavens blood river after 10 generations of planning. Although Red Lotus was the reincarnation of the Bloody Queen and was born to control the Tao of blood, it would take a long time for her to control the endless blood river. Then, Qin Feng chuckled and released his control over his aura. Hong Long Long, on the divine throne, a pair of beautiful crimson eyes opened. In an instant, the boundless world of blood river trembled violently. The surging blood river formed towering waves of blood, drowning countless skeletons that were drowning in the blood river. The immense power was displayed, and countless blood, innate godly spirits, an innate deity, kings knelt down in the direction of the bloody demon palace. Mr. Stimulated by the aura, Red Lotus woke up from her fusion with the endless blood river. Just as she was about to rage, she saw the figure that walked out of the endless blood river and was stunned. In the next moment, a trace of excitement flashed through her beautiful eyes. Hung long, long. She moved and was about to walk down from the throne. Along with her, pung, pung, pung. The dimensions around the bloody demon palace cracked, and the endless blood river trembled violently. It was as if someone had torn a piece of the endless blood river's origin, causing the endless blood river to tremble violently. The horrifying power seemed to have overflowed the endless blood river and affected reality. It even alarmed the underworld that was fusing with the endless blood river. In the underworld, on the earthly monarch mountain, an ancient and primitive mirror spun. Underworld light flowed around it and faintly reflected the endless blood river. Little girl, don't be impatient. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He waved his sleeves, and a formless light swept across. Layers of crimson light were pressed down, and Red Lotus stepped back silently and sat back on the throne. Wherever the light passed, the endless blood river's waves were calmed down. Qin Feng raised his head. His sensitive psyche sensed a familiar gaze that pierced through the formless void and looked towards the center of the endless blood river. In the face of that gaze, Qin Feng smiled faintly. On the earthly monarch mountain, a formless supreme light swept over from the reincarnation mirror and quietly covered the surface of the mirror. With a flash of light, a formless black light flashed on the reincarnation mirror and turned into a tall emperor, wearing a black emperor robe and an emperor's crown. Earthly monarch Wang Daoyi. Looking in the direction of the endless blood river, earthly monarch Wang Daoyi frowned. I hope there won't be any more problems. With a sigh in his eyes, Wang Daoyi's heart was vaguely shrouded in a shadow. He had long noticed the endless blood river's fusion with the underworld. The endless blood river was one of the most important conditions for the underworld to be complete. It was also an irreplaceable and important part. As the lord of the underworld, the postnatal saint god of reincarnation and the underworld origins saint god. Whether the underworld was complete or not was obviously related to his strength. However, he did not know how Qin Feng had discovered the secret of the underworld and the endless blood river's fusion, and had even run into the endless blood river. Taking a deep breath, earthly monarch Wang Daoyi closed his eyes again and prepared to completely refine the last corner of the reincarnation mirror. However, there was a trace of gloom between his brows that could not be removed. Little girl, how can you be so ignorant? Don't you know that you are being nurtured by the endless blood river's origin? This is a huge opportunity. If you can refine the endless blood river in one go, although you can't immediately prove your Tao, you can still become a peerless ancestor god and establish an indestructible foundation. As long as the blood river doesn't die, your true body will not be destroyed. If you act recklessly and cause a riot in the endless blood river, the origin will be frightened and scattered. Wouldn't you have missed this great opportunity for nothing? Withdrawing his gaze from earthly monarch Wang Daoyi, Qin Feng turned around and looked at the red-clothed girl on the throne. His eyes were full of blame. Chapter 15:18. On the throne, Red Lotus looked at the Master God, who was reprimanding her in a low voice. Her eyes, which were as clear as autumn water, seemed to be filled with thousands of words. She could not hide the shyness and joy on her delicate face. She gritted her teeth and blushed. She could hear the love and concern her young master had for her. After awakening the power of the Bloody Queen, Red Lotus' birthmark disappeared. She was already a peerless beauty. Now that she was shy and happy, it was naturally very moving. How did young master find this place? Little girl, with your young master's current cultivation, which place in this world do you think can stop him? Qin Feng snorted coldly. This damned girl had disappeared quietly 1,000 years ago. It had taken him a long time to find her. Hearing this, Red Lotus recovered from the surprise of their reunion. She sensed with her spirit that the light rippling from Qin Feng's body had an unimaginable power. Under this might, a portion of the boundless blood river origin that she controlled was trembling, as if it was in fear and terror. What kind of existence was the endless blood river? It was one of the forbidden lands of heaven and earth. Ordinary ancestor gods would find it difficult to escape from it. Young master, Actually, Red Lotus's beautiful eyes trembled. Her red lips parted slightly, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. 1,000 years ago, when she was in seclusion, she had vaguely sensed the appearance of an extremely powerful existence. She just did not notice it at the time. Who would have thought that the unknown, extremely powerful existence was actually their young master? The Qin family disciple who could only hide on Mount Qiang and struggle at death's door. All right, Red Lotus. Although I don't know how a little girl like you came to the endless blood river and gained its recognition. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the endless blood river origin that was surging around the hall and pouring into Red Lotus's body. But since that's the case, you should cherish it. Your young master has already established his own god system and only lacks a god empress. Little girl, your cultivation can't be weak. If you can't suppress those god concubines, they won't acknowledge your position. Those god concubines. Red Lotus sensed something, and her tone became slightly heavier. Her bright eyes stared at the black-clothed master in the hall. He looked up and down. At this moment, her temperament changed a little. If she was a little weak before, she now had the temperament of an iron-blooded queen. Under this gaze, Qin Feng, who had always prided himself on being extremely thick-skinned, actually felt a kind of pressure and even felt a little nervous. He seemed to have a guilty conscience, as if his first wife had found out that he had secretly taken in a concubine. Looks like our young master isn't just an ordinary playboy. Since ancient times, he's forgotten about the old whenever there's a new person. No wonder young master hasn't come to look for Red Lotus even after 1,000 years. The red-clothed girl raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Feng with a faint smile in her expressive eyes. What are you thinking, little girl? Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. In the past 1,000 years, your young master hasn't had it easy. Not only are there Genesis primordial spirits coveting him, but there are also strong foreign enemies eyeing him covetously. He cannot put all his energy into cultivation. Moreover, this endless river of blood is not simple. Looking up, Qin Feng looked around. This endless river of blood is an extremely important forbidden area in the Spirit Sea. It's covered by the heavenly secrets and obscured by fate. Even if it's an ordinary innate saint god, with it protecting you, they might not be able to deduce your whereabouts without spending some time. Clever words. Although she snorted coldly, Red Lotus' expression obviously eased a lot. Seeing this, Qin Feng was sweating in his heart. This woman, no matter what age or strength she was, seemed to be unruly, willful, and unreasonable. It seemed to be her instinct. Immediately, Red Lotus' face flashed with confidence. But young master, don't worry. Now that I've awakened the potential of the Bloody Queen, I'm just waiting to refine the origin of the endless river of blood. Then, I'll definitely be able to reverse the innate and raise my aptitude to become an innate deity emperor. I'll also push my cultivation base to the level of the peerless ancestor god. Red Lotus was indeed confident. She was originally the Blood Evil Queen, and the Blood Evil Queen was an innate deity king born from the Blood Evil Chi of heaven and earth. She also had the memories from when heaven and earth were created. Once she began to awaken, the memories from all the eras since the creation of heaven and earth would start to merge. This could be said to be a supreme resource. Now that she was favored by the endless river of blood, her origin deepened, and her talent and aptitude increased to the level of an innate deity emperor. There was no doubt about it. As long as she refined the endless river of blood, she would be able to reach the pinnacle of ancestor god and have the qualifications to break through to the postnatal blood great Tao. Qin Feng clearly understood this point. He was happy for Red Lotus. However, now that the endless river of blood was about to merge into the netherworld, and the netherworld, as the netherworld's origin sacred ground had already given birth to an origin sacred god. Qin Feng frowned. He felt a little sorry for Red Lotus. If the netherworld's origin sacred ground had not given birth to an origin sacred god, Red Lotus might have been able to enter the netherworld as the master of the netherworld's blood sea and control the netherworld's origin sacred ground, trying to become an origin sacred god. With the origin sacred ground in her hands and the support of the spirit sea, her success rate of breaking through to the Tao integration stage was far higher than ordinary ancestor gods. Unfortunately, Wang Daoyi beat her to it. "Young master, what are you thinking about?" Red Lotus's beautiful eyes flashed, and she couldn't help but ask when she saw Qin Feng suddenly fall silent. Although the little girl had awakened the blood-soaked queen's body and was merging the memories of all eras, she still prioritized Red Lotus of this era and was somewhat attached to her young master. "Stop calling me young master. You should call me husband." Raising his head, Qin Feng smiled and looked at Red Lotus. "What husband?" The girl in red snorted, her face as cold as ice, but with a hint of redness. She was beautiful. The beauty was angry. Her iron-blooded majesty of a queen instantly turned into the gentle charm of a little girl. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, and there was a hint of shyness in the girl's gentleness. All kinds of flirtatious charm could melt even a heart of stone. Even with Qin Feng's current state of mind, he was shaken by the girl's seductive expression. He wanted nothing more than to go up and hug the girl in his arms and dote on her. Unfortunately, the girl in red was currently entangled with the origin of the endless blood river and couldn't be interrupted. Otherwise, the girl in red's 1,000 years of bitter cultivation could very well be wasted. Looking at the girl in red on the divine throne where the origin of the endless blood river gathered, Qin Feng's thoughts were somewhat deep. Red Lotus's aptitude was even higher than the other girls. Once her willpower merged with the memories of the blood-soaked queen, she would definitely not be weaker than any top-notch ancestor god. However, if she wanted to attain the Tao, she would probably still be somewhat powerless. The love of a parent-child had far-reaching plans. Red Lotus was Qin Feng's god empress, his future wife. How could he not consider and plan for her? Chapter 1519. As for killing the earthly sovereign to make room for Red Lotus, this was not feasible at all. Firstly, the earthly sovereign and Qin Feng were on good terms. Although there were some conflicts, they were still manageable. Secondly, if the news of the earthly sovereign's death spread, the entire pantheon would probably crumble. No god would be willing to serve a cruel and dangerous overgod who did not distinguish between friend and foe. All that was left was to plot against the other 5 origin sacred lands that were about to appear. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Red Lotus looked at Qin Feng from her throne. 1,000 years was just the snap of a finger for gods, but the red-clothed girl felt like an eternity. Red Lotus knew that to refine the endless blood river, she might not be able to see Qin Feng for a very long time. 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. Qin Feng raised his head and pondered for a moment. "I'm thinking of a way to help you." Qin Feng paused for a moment before continuing. "Perhaps there really is a way that can allow you to refine the endless blood river in the shortest time possible and attain the Tao in the shortest time possible." A strange light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Within 10,000 years, the 6 origin sacred lands would appear one after another. Although it was not certain that all 6 origin sacred gods would appear at the same time within 10,000 years, but if Red Lotus missed this 10,000 years, it would be extremely difficult for her to attain the Tao in the future. What method? On the throne, Red Lotus's eyes lit up. If it were anyone else, Red Lotus would not have believed them. But Qin Feng was different. Not only was he a rank 16 innate sacred god, but she also believed that Qin Feng would not lie to her. Qin Feng smiled. A moment later, the golden light in his hand flickered, and an indescribable majesty emerged. "Spirit Sea above, in the name of Celestial Emperor Spirit Sea, I confer the title of Master of the Endless Blood River to Bloody Queen Red Lotus." On the throne, Red Lotus's expression changed. As Qin Feng's voice fell, the great path of heaven and earth became clear. An indescribable power gathered in the endless blood river, vaguely forming an aura that contained boundless rules of the great path. The rules of the great Tao of the blood river manifested. It was hazy, and there seemed to be endless black and yellow above the sky. The next moment, there seemed to be the majestic roar of the primordial celestial dragon. The next moment, a blood dragon appeared in the sky with a blood-red hazy talisman in its mouth. The next moment, it turned into a blood-red light and fell into Red Lotus's body. Rumble. After fusing with the talisman, the river of blood began to roar, as if it were welcoming the birth of its sovereign. The bloody light of the endless river of blood shook violently, as if it was about to break through the netherworld. Many gods of the underworld stared at the sky in shock. With a single word, he ruled the world. His golden mouth and jade words conferred the title of deities. This was the power of the celestial emperor's investiture of the gods. With the celestial emperor's position, he could investiture the gods of the world, creating something out of nothing, turning the void into reality. On the divine throne, Red Lotus could clearly feel that the speed of her refinement of the endless blood river had increased by several times after merging with the talisman. It was as if there was an additional layer of heaven and earth's providence supporting her. The endless river of blood had opened up even more of its origin to her. The power of the celestial arch. Red Lotus looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. With her memories, she knew very well how powerful the celestial arch was. Qin Feng looked at Red Lotus. After being conferred the title of Lord of the Endless River of Blood, Red Lotus's refinement of the Endless River of Blood would be much faster. However, if she wanted to refine the Endless River of Blood within 10,000 years and be qualified to compete for the 6 Origin Sacred Grounds, it was still somewhat insufficient. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened as he spoke again. I, Qin Feng, the primeval master god, as the master of the Spirit Sea Divine Branch and the celestial arch of the Spirit Sea, confer the title of Bloody Queen Red Lotus and Lord of the Endless River of Blood as the Red Lotus God Empress, the celestial Patriarch as Empress, and the heavens and earth shall bear witness. This time, Qin Feng had gone all out. After all, the conferment of each deity position was a kind of dispersal of one's own providence. The supreme heavenly voice fell. Rumble. The gods of the Blood River Divine Branch seemed to hear rolling thunder in their ears. Boundless auspicious chi seemed to fill the air as the surging providence transformed into a giant golden phoenix talisman. The next moment, it turned into a beam of golden light that pierced through the endless river of blood and disappeared into the demonic palace. Red Lotus sat on the throne. Boundless golden light shot into the sky from her body. Boundless magnificence and majesty suppressed the gods of the Blood River Divine Branch to the point where they could not even think. Vaguely, the providence above Red Lotus' head churned as the position of Empress was condensing. A vast vortex flew out of Red Lotus' head and began refining the endless river of blood's origin like a whale swallowing a whale. The speed of refining the endless river of blood sped up again. The position of Empress was the highest position that could be conferred by the Celestial Arch investiture art. It was on the same level as the Celestial Arch. With just this conferment, Qin Feng could sense that a portion of his own providence had been separated, and nearly 1/5 had landed on Red Lotus. However, it still seemed a little insufficient. The endless river of blood was the same as the Netherworld's predecessor. Its power was much stronger than the Greater Thousand Domains. It was far from enough to refine it in a short period of time. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and looked up at Red Lotus on the throne. A moment later, he frowned and looked into the depths of the void. At this moment in the chaos, a huge fluctuation came. It was in the sky above a jade-colored world. The overgod of life, Lu Qi, was overseeing the central overgod of life's divine kingdom. The huge divine kingdom of life had an ancient divine tree of life as its world tree. The swaying green leaves seemed to be the cloud-like plain that supported countless vast plains. At this moment, the world tree of life in the center was shaking violently. Its vitality was being absorbed by a huge vortex in the chaotic space-time. Kiki, Lu Chi, you don't have to resist. You're no match for me. Give up resisting obediently and offer up your life, origin spirit. I'll let you suffer. In the overgod space, the newly promoted overgod of life, Lu Chi, was pale. A trace of hatred flashed across her face as she shouted, Master Soul Snatcher, don't be too smug. Our Eastern Wilderness God System's reinforcements will be here soon. Don't even think about it. Rumble. At this moment, in the chaos not far away, a vast brilliance shot into the sky. The chaos waves formed a huge wave of chaos that swept across millions of miles. Several overgods that surpassed the greater thousand domains were fighting fiercely. The overgod of life's heart sank, and she could not hide her anxiety. Originally, according to the arrangements made by the extreme Crimson Divine Emperor 1,000 years ago, with the human ancestors team that had been destroyed as bait, and with various other arrangements, the three saint gods of the Eastern Wilderness Divine System had joined forces to kill the human ancestor saint god of the extreme East Divine System in one fell swoop, severing one of his arms. They did not expect the news to be leaked. Not only did they fail to kill the human ancestor saint god, but they were also surrounded by several saint gods of the Eastern Wilderness God System. Someone must have leaked the news. There's a traitor. The overgod of life's beautiful face flashed with a trace of extreme anger. The Eastern Wilderness God System and the Eastern Wilderness God System were not too different in strength. Including the Eastern Wilderness Saint God, there were only 5 saint gods. This time, apart from the Eastern Wilderness Saint God, the other 4 saint gods were all present. If there was no traitor who leaked the news, the other side would not have mobilized all of their forces. Rumble. Streaks of terrifying faint gray light swept down, and the surrounding layers of the jade-colored overgod space were being sucked dry at a speed visible to the naked eye. That was the overgod of life's painstaking effort of over 100 eras. The overgod of life could no longer care about her painstaking efforts being stolen. The overgod of life space was now completely trapped. However, the overgod of life was more worried about the overgod of Earth Mother and ultimate Crimson Saint God. This time, there were a total of 3 saint gods participating in the attack on the human ancestor saint god. The other side had sent out 4 saint gods, including the human ancestor saint god. One of them was even a level 16 termination type saint god. Chapter 15:20. The sacred god of life's only hope was that the Eastern Wilderness sacred god would arrive in time. Otherwise, she, the sacred god of Earth Mother, and the sacred god of Extreme Crimson would all die here. Sacred god of life, are you still holding on to hope that your Eastern Wilderness sacred god will come to your aid? The Lord of Soul Snatchers seemed to have seen through the sacred god of life's deepest thoughts. I advise you to give up. He won't be able to come. Today, not only you, but the Eastern Wilderness will also be doomed. His voice was gloomy and filled with cold, killing intent. The sacred god of life's heart sank. It was clear that the Eastern Wilderness sacred god system had completely fallen into the Eastern Wilderness sacred god system's trap this time. Rumble. Amidst the chaos, the pale gray divine light rose higher and higher. As the light swept across, countless plains withered and withered like green leaves that had lost their lives. The sacred god of life knew that she could not hold on for much longer. Although the law of soul snatchers was not as effective as the law of devouring on the law of life, it was still effective. At this moment, the sacred god of life's divine ability and sovereign space were completely suppressed. The gray light seemed to be lying on top of the sovereign space, devouring the essence of the sovereign space like a hungry wolf. A hint of despair flashed across the sacred god of life's face, but there was still a trace of hope. The Eastern Wilderness sacred god might have been stopped, but he still had a powerful ally that no one else knew about. Primeval, I hope you can make it in time. A green, seemingly boundless jade-like root flew out from her body and spanned across the chaos, enveloping the creator space and even the remaining parts of the plane. Super divine art, life chain. This divine art could continuously extract primal chaos yuan qi to replenish one's life force. It could resist the Lord of Soul Snatcher's power to the greatest extent. Lord Soul Snatcher sneered. His body flashed as he transformed into a withered yellow chaos demon tree that blotted out the sun. Countless branches transformed into gray vines that wrapped tightly around the green ball that the holy god of life had transformed into. Endless river of blood. Qin Feng waved his sleeves. Rip! Space-time was torn apart as a jade-green divine light flew out of the sovereign space and grabbed it. The goddess of life, Lu Qi. Qin Feng's brows twitched as he sensed the extremely rich aura of life divine energy in his hand. What kind of trouble did she run into? Qin Feng pondered for a moment. In the past, with the help of the goddess of life's ancient divine tree realm, he guessed that he had obtained his first bucket of gold, which helped him establish his current foundation. One had to admit that even for a rank 16 sacred god, a great thousand world that had already given birth to a god seat was exceptionally precious, although it was a fair trade. But unknowingly, he owed the life goddess a huge favor. The stream of light sent by the heavenly life goddess had been disrupted, and a part of the divine consciousness in it was not complete. However, it was certain that the heavenly life goddess must have encountered a big problem that she could not solve. In fact, he was on the verge of death. She held the dark green divine light in her hand. Not only the goddess of life, but the entire Eastern Wilderness god system was probably in big trouble. The goddess of life was an Eastern Wilderness god system. She was the sixth holy god under the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor. Ordinary god systems would never risk offending the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor to deal with the goddess of life. Fine, I still owe her a favor in the past. At the very least, I have to go and take a look. If I can save her, then it's fine. If it's really impossible, then it's not too late to retreat. He thought to himself. Qin Feng glanced at Red Lotus on the throne. Red Lotus, who had obtained a part of his destiny, would probably need hundreds of years to grasp the position of Empress, connecting with a trace of power that belonged to the primeval god space, a stream of light cut through time and space. With the coordinates in the dark green divine light in his hand as a node, the power of the primeval god space surged. In just a few hours, the primeval god space shook. I found the space-time coordinates of the goddess of life. With a flash, Qin Feng's figure followed the power that cut through time and space and disappeared on the spot. After the primeval god space was upgraded from the creation level to the chaos level, its power had greatly increased, especially its ability to cut through time and space. Under the power of the primeval god space, the hundreds of millions of miles of chaos were teleported over in a flash. Wrapped in the light of the primeval god space, Qin Feng saw a speck of green light in a moment. In just a moment, Qin Feng saw clearly that it was not green light. It was the first large emerald world. Those emerald worlds seemed to be built on top of a divine tree that reached the sky. That was the goddess of life's true form, the tree of life world. In the world, generally speaking, any spirit root that could support the world could be called a world tree. The world tree was the name of the most powerful spirit root. The sway wood, light ancient tree, evil ancient tree, emperor ancient tree, and dragon blood ancient tree in the primeval god space had the potential to become world trees if they fell into other worlds. Gong Ao's true form, the earth-stabilizing divine tree, also had the potential to become a world tree. However, it was generally accepted that the four ancient trees had the most potential to become world trees. The first was the primordial Mongol tree, born with primordial power, was the best spirit root to support a world. The primordial world tree was also one of the most powerful world trees. Next were the Chaos World Tree, Life World Tree, and Builder World Tree. The Chaos World Tree's attribute was space. The world it supported was the most powerful, the widest, and the richest in vitality. The life world tree's attribute was life. The world it supported nurtured the most vitality and was most suitable for living beings. The builder world tree's attribute was the most balanced. Now that the life goddess had transformed into her true form, the life world tree didn't look too good. Outside the primeval god space supported by the life world tree, a dark gray chaos monster tree covered in scales coiled around her and drained her life force. It was a saint god in the form of a chaos monster tree, a ferocious saint god that focused on plundering. The chaos monster tree was a top mutated ancient tree born from some mutation of the chaos ancient tree. It had undergone a mutation and sacrificed the chaos ancient tree's ability to stabilize, expand, and support space in order to evolve its plundering and devouring abilities. This was a kind of evil transformation of the spirit root. Only some extremely rare spirit roots would undergo such a transformation and become a monster tree after experiencing uncontrollable environmental distortions. Generally speaking, monster trees that could undergo such a transformation were few and far between, and those that could take human form were even rarer. Those that could take human form and become a 16th level saint god were even rarer. With a flash of light, Qin Feng silently appeared in the chaos. His aura blended together with the chaos. The Shang deities were focused on dealing with their opponents, and none of them noticed that a dangerous, innate Shang deity had snuck into the battlefield. Qin Feng glanced at the two saint gods fighting fiercely in the void. With just a few glances, he knew what was going on. His gaze landed on the chaos monster tree, and he felt a little strange. Should he cooperate with the life saint god to kill this saint god in the form of the chaos monster tree? If the primeval god space's chaos world tree devoured this chaos monster tree, the primeval god space would evolve to another level. Chapter 1521. Qin Feng's gaze was somewhat hesitant. The benefits were very obvious. However, there was no need to think too much about the current situation. There must be other god systems or multiple god systems dealing with the Eastern Wilderness god system. If he acted rashly and ruined the plans of those god systems, he would probably attract revenge. Bang! The chaos suddenly shook violently, and a dazzling brilliance in the center expanded like a crimson balloon. Crimson flame, kill human ancestor Yuan. I won't let the two of you off easily, even if I die. An earth-shattering roar came from the chaos. The next moment, rumble. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, countless fragments of chaos swept out from the extremely hot region in the center. A terrifying crimson flame flowed like the self-detonation of the sun, covering the sky and blasting the two sacred gods who couldn't escape in time. Bang! 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 Vaguely, the angry roars and screams of the two sacred gods could be heard. Rumble. At the same time, the elegy of the great Tao resounded for billions of miles in this chaos. Blood mist rolled as if a sun had fallen and a master god had fallen. Ultimate Crimson is dead. Being entangled by Lord Soul Snatcher, the sacred life god had seen the situation outside. However, she didn't expect Ultimate Crimson Saint God to fall so quickly. Although Ultimate Crimson Saint God wasn't the top expert in the Eastern Wilderness god system, he had attained the Tao for more than 3 years and was definitely not an ordinary person. Her heart turned cold, and she almost fell into despair. Ultimate Crimson. Over there, Holy God Mother Earth was using all her strength to deal with a huge giant that was surrounded by lightning. It had a huge dragon horn, and its skin was blue. Blue dragon scales surrounded by lightning covered its entire body. The giant was surrounded by lightning, and as the lightning danced, the 3 realms were destroyed. It was extremely aggressive. The sacred god Mother Earth was famous for her defense. She had attained the Tao of the post-celestial Earth Tao, and her divine power on the great Tao surpassed that of the sacred god of Thunder Dragon, so she had the upper hand. However, seeing Ultimate Crimson Saint God fall, the sacred god Mother Earth's mind trembled. Several lightning bolts struck her, and she instantly became very haggard. His arm was charred black after being struck by the destructive lightning. However, Her complexion wasn't much better than the sacred god Mother Earth's. The sacred god of the post-celestial crimson flame, Great Tao. Qin Feng saw sacred god Crimson Saint God fall. His pupils shrank slightly. Although the post-celestial scarlet flame Grand Tao wasn't very powerful, fire-type post-celestial Grand Taos were famous for their powerful attacks. Qin Feng knew that it was time for him to make a move. Before Sovereign God's scarlet flame died, the shockwaves from the detonation of his Destiny Soul treasure had yet to subside. It was as if it had cut through time and space. A white line appeared in the chaos, instantly appearing above the green sphere formed by the World Tree of Life. Who is it? The Lord of Soul Snatchers turned around abruptly. Without any hesitation, a vine that had been refined like a divine weapon swept out in the direction where he had appeared. At the same time, the chaotic aura in his hand condensed and turned into a wooden shield. His reaction speed is very fast. As expected of an elite in the world of robbers, an outstanding bandit. He calculated his defeat before he calculated his victory. Qin Feng commented. However, the difference in strength is too great. Moreover, my Kane creation Grand Tao completely counters your postnatal spirit seizing Grand Tao. You'll definitely die today, and you won't be able to escape this calamity. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast white light suddenly erupted. It swept across the Chaos Tree Demon like an endless torrent, drowning the huge Chaos Tree Demon. Kaboom! In the next second, another sad song of the Great Tao resounded in the chaos. Blood mist rolled, and countless black smoke seeped out from the blood mist. The sacred god fell, and the phenomenon was intense. The white light flashed, and in an instant, a gray ball of light appeared in Qin Feng's palm. The last life essence of the Chaos Tree Demon. He casually placed it into the creator space and kept it. The Lord of Soul Snatchers, who had suppressed the sacred god of life to the point of suffocation, had fallen completely. To Qin Feng, killing the primal chaos demonic tree spirit, seizing Master was truly an easy matter. He took advantage of the shockwaves from the Scarlet Flame, Sacred God's Destiny Soul Treasure's detonation to hold them back. Qin Feng's figure appeared in the middle of the battle between Sacred God Mother Earth and Sacred God Thunder Dragon. Sacred God Mother Earth and Sacred God Thunder Dragon almost instantly felt their hair stand on end. A terrifying threat rang in their primordial spirits' hearts. Sacred God Mother Earth was fine. She had seen the unfamiliar, innate sacred god kill the Lord of Soul Snatchers with her own eyes. Clearly, the unfamiliar, innate sacred god wasn't here for her. Sacred God Thunder Dragon's expression changed drastically. Sacred God Thunder Dragon's reaction was extremely fast. He estimated that the Scarlet Flame, Sacred God, and Human Ancestor Sacred God would only need 2 or 3 seconds to break free from the detonation of Sacred God Ultimate Crimson's Spirit Treasure. He knew that he only needed to protect himself and not attack. In just 2 or 3 seconds, once the Scarlet Flame Sacred God and Human Ancestor Sacred God broke free from the detonation of Sacred God Ultimate Crimson's Spirit Treasure, the three of them would no longer fear this terrifying, innate Sacred God. Super Divine Art Destructive Chain. A blazing purple-blue lightning exploded, and endless lightning filled the endless chaos void. Kaboom! The moment the dense primal chaos, Qi, came into contact with a purple-blue lightning, a chain explosion occurred and swept toward Qin Feng. Every time the purple-blue lightning exploded, its power would be pushed to a new peak. When a wavy chain of lightning appeared in front of Qin Feng, it was like a raging thunderstorm. Under its brilliance, even the great Thousand Worlds would be severely damaged. A super divine art of the lightning element sacred god. Qin Feng looked at the dazzling lightning. Once upon a time, becoming a lightning element sacred god was his life's goal. Let me show you what true lightning destruction is. As he spoke, Qin Feng's expression was cold. With a flip of his sleeve, a sparkling and ancient longsword appeared. He gripped the sword's hook, and the ancient longsword seemed to be formed by the destruction of heaven and earth. Slash. A vast expanse of whiteness spread out in the chaos void like a river of stars. The sword light that pierced through the chaos void and space swept across. Countless lightning bolts were like flowing water that met with billions of years of cold air, frozen. The sword light swept across the lightning dragon, sacred god's neck. No, like a wild beast on the verge of death, the sacred god's eyes were filled with extreme fear, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Bang, bang, bang. Like billions of lightning bolts exploding, the sacred god's 3,000 feet tall god body that was wrapped in the chaos chi instantly gave off a glaring and terrifying light before exploding in the next moment. The terrifying, destructive power radiated billions of miles of the chaos void, and it was as if the chaos void was shaking. Witnessing this scene, the sacred god Earth Mother's soul trembled violently in this world-shaking explosion. This sacred god Earth Mother was scared silly, and her slender hand that was holding the scepter trembled nonstop. Any existence would feel their legs go soft after witnessing an existence that was on par with them being killed in one strike. The sacred god Earth Mother was indeed scared silly. The famous war god Thunder Dragon of the East Pole god system was killed in one strike in front of her, and her mind was still buzzing. Chapter 1522. Her face was as pale as snow as she stared at the black-clothed Master God, even though she knew that the Master God had no intention of dealing with her. On the other side, the sacred god of life also reacted, but her expression wasn't any better than the sacred god of Earth Mother's. She looked as if she had seen a ghost. In just a few moments, 2 Hodion holy gods had perished. Like ants. This was too shocking. Hundreds of miles away, the shockwaves from ultimate crimson sacred gods' self-destruction finally passed. 2 figures had also escaped from the shockwaves. 2 figures. One of them was surrounded by a halo as bright as the sun, like a sun in the primal chaos. At this moment, the figure's aura was somewhat weak, and his flames rippled violently like water. He seemed to have suffered some serious injuries from ultimate crimson, sacred god's desperate counterattack. The other one was surrounded by an aura of destruction. His true form was enormous, 30,000 meters tall in the primordial chaos. Behind him were visions of destruction and doomsday. Qin Feng seemed to see billions of lives being destroyed, endless space-time shattering, countless worlds destroyed, and the great Tao of heaven and earth annihilated. An innate sacred god, and one of the 5 innate sacred gods of termination, the innate sacred god of destruction, innate sacred god of creation. After walking out of the center of the explosion, the 2 sacred gods of the East Pole divine system instantly saw the unfamiliar black-clothed sacred god not far away, and the sacred gods falling one after another in the primal chaos void. Soul Snatcher, even Lei Long has fallen. With just a glance, the 2 sacred gods felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The sacred god of life and sacred god of Earth Mother immediately reacted. The 2 female sacred gods looked at the sacred god of Scarlet Flame and Human Ancestor with extreme caution, especially the Human Ancestor sacred god who killed the Human Ancestor. That was an innate sacred god of destruction. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the 2 sacred gods of the East Pole divine system. The sacred god of Scarlet Flame was an postnatal sacred god, a postnatal sacred god of the fire postnatal great Tao. 6th stage. The Human Ancestor sacred god was slightly weaker, only at the 5th stage. However, as an innate sacred god, he was much stronger than the sacred god of Scarlet Flame. You too, stop that postnatal sacred god. Once I kill that innate sacred god of destruction, I'll come to your aid. A faint voice sounded. Sacred God Life and Sacred God Mother Earth subconsciously nodded. Your Majesty, you shouldn't be an expert from the Eastern Wilderness Divine System, right? Why do you have to get involved with the Eastern Wilderness Divine System and the Eastern Wilderness Divine System? The Human Ancestor Divine God raised his head. There was a hint of friendliness in his eyes. Your Majesty, if you are willing, I can make the decision to form an alliance with your majesty. As long as your majesty kills the remaining 2 saint gods of the Eastern Wilderness divine system and helps my master eradicate the Eastern Wilderness, I can even make the decision to give you 1/3 of the Eastern Wilderness divine system's resources. Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at the goddess of life and Holy Mother Earth, whose expressions had changed slightly. He said, "A very clumsy plan to sow discord, but it is indeed somewhat useful. However, there is only one outcome for you today: Myriad Dragon's world-refining technique. Roar." As if billions of ancient heavenly dragons were roaring, a beam of light shot out from the black-clothed Master God's body. As the black-clothed Master God opened his arms, the beam of light turned into billions of divine dragons and bit at the human ancestor divine God. The dragon race's super divine technique? The human ancestor divine God's expression changed slightly. Human ancestor Dharma body. Almost instinctively, he used his strongest power. Countless murderous aura burst out from his body. His entire body was grayish-black, and there was a murderous aura that was suffocating. Following that, his body began to change. Connate Tao patterns appeared on his arms, legs, chest, and back. Another pair of terrifying wings broke out from his back, and they were tens of thousands of feet long. The pitch-black wings had 9 mystical Tao patterns, each of which seemed to contain the power to destroy the heaven and earth. Monstrous, ferocious qi burst out from the innate Tao patterns as if an ancient ferocious beast had traveled through time and space. This was the Dharma body that the human ancestor divine God had nurtured. He had attained Tao before Qin Feng and had already nurtured his own Dharma body. His Dharma body was called the King of Termination. His Dharma body looked a little unstable, but when the Dharma body merged with the Connate Tao body, it produced a mighty power that was several times stronger than his own. Dharma body, Connate Dharma body. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. In addition, Scarlet Flame, Sacred God, took out a peerless divine weapon that was burning with shocking flames and prepared to charge forward. However, before he could move, he was entangled by Sacred God Life and Sacred God Mother Earth's power of Master God Space. These 2 sacred gods had chosen to stand on Qin Feng's side in the end. Destroy. The human ancestor divine God roared and threw a punch at the billions of divine dragons formed by the myriad world dragon refinement art. Bam! Bam! The boundless power blasted above the chaotic void, and the billions of divine dragons suddenly shattered into countless pieces. The powerful force blasted toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and was secretly surprised. After merging with the Dharma body, the human ancestor divine God's strength had obviously increased by too much and was now a threat to him. Slash! Qin Feng's expression was cold as he slashed with the divine war sword. The vast sword light drowned the fist and the human ancestor divine God's true body. Bam! 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 You deserve to die. Bam! 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 Countless wounds appeared on the human ancestor divine God's body. However, this slash didn't behead the lightning dragon's sacred god like the previous slash. The wings flapped, and the terrifying true body that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall instantly appeared not far from Qin Feng. A giant hand that covered the sky suddenly grabbed toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng could clearly see the destructive power on the giant hand that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Once he was hit, he would definitely suffer terrifying injuries. Qin Feng's expression didn't change as he smiled coldly. Swoosh! 2 mighty sword lights that cut across the sky slashed across. Roar! The human ancestor divine God let out a horrifying roar of pain as a bloody light soared into the sky. 2 huge arms were severed from the shoulders and separated from the divine God's body. Die! Although the gigantic silhouette was howling in rage, its momentum didn't stop as it rushed towards Qin Feng. Boundless black light gushed forth from its back as 2 gigantic arms appeared on its shoulders, slamming down heavily towards Qin Feng. He was very cunning. This Dharma body originally had 4 arms, but he had deliberately concealed 2 of them. This time, he attacked with lightning speed. "You have quite a lot of arms." Qin Feng raised his head and sneered. "However, no matter how many arms you have, it's useless." His cold voice sounded. His arms turned. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 more sword lights chopped off the human ancestor divine god's 2 arms. At the same time, the 3rd sword light sent the human ancestor divine god's head flying. Chapter 1523. In just a few moments, the sacred god's head flew off. The sacred god of life, sacred god of earth, and sacred god of scarlet flame were stunned. They subconsciously stopped what they were doing. Soon, sacred god of scarlet flame reacted, and a chill flashed in the depths of his soul. Rumble. The next moment, he unleashed a torrent of scarlet flames at the sacred god of life and sacred god of earth. At the same time, sacred god of scarlet flame pulled himself away and flew out of the chaos. Trying to run? Sacred god of earth reacted, and a fierce look flashed across her face. She instantly mobilized the power of her space, and an extremely powerful force froze the void for thousands of miles. Sacred god of life also woke up from her shock. No matter what, she couldn't let sacred god of scarlet flame escape. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After getting rid of sacred god of scarlet flame, sacred god of extreme crimson would become a general without an army. The Eastern Wilderness God system would have won half the battle against extreme Crimson God system. Love of trees. She extended a hand, and the last of the power of the sacred god of life space was infused into her body, forming countless jade-green ancient vines that pierced through the chaos. What gave birth to Earth? The power of the 2 sacred gods intertwined, completely sealing the area and trapping sacred god of scarlet flame. Sacred god of scarlet flame roared furiously and attacked with all his might. The sacred god of the human ancestor didn't die. His avatar, the king of termination, was a peerless avatar born from destruction. Even if his avatar was completely destroyed, he could still absorb the power of destruction to be reborn. Roar! The sacred god of the human ancestor's body turned into dust, but it instantly transformed into a complete avatar. His 4 arms reappeared, and 2 black balls of destruction appeared on his shoulders. There was also a black ball of destruction on each of his 4 palms. His face was filled with killing intent. Rumble. 4 rays of black light swept toward Qin Feng. At the same time, a terrifying halberd surrounded by destructive aura appeared in the sacred god of the human ancestor's hand. He flapped his wings and slashed toward Qin Feng. The halberd of destruction was a divine weapon forged by the sacred god of the human ancestor using the destruction of worlds. The halberd pierced through the air with the power of destruction. He has some connections. Qin Feng saw a part of the secrets of the king of termination's Dharmakaya. Clearly, it was impossible to kill the human ancestor's saint god with a simple attack from a divine weapon. However, it's still useless. The difference is too great. Qin Feng's expression was cold. Behind him, a milky white divine light soared into the sky. It was like a milky white divine sword that cut through time and space. The sword light slashed out. The 4 black destruction origin balls that were flying over at high speed instantly froze, and a milky white radiance brushed past the human ancestor divine god that was rushing over. The sacred god of the human ancestor's face froze, as if billions of space-time had frozen. He glanced at Qin Feng with great difficulty, and the fighting spirit in his eyes vanished, replaced by endless regret and unwillingness. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, even the black destruction origin sphere shattered. Even the holy god of the human ancestor seemed to have turned into sand. It exploded and instantly fused into the chaos. The war halberd of destruction that was left behind also collapsed along with the true spirit of the human ancestor, turning into black sand that scattered into the endless primal chaos along with the chaos storm. Rumble. Another powerful Great Chi practitioner returned to the chaos. As the Daos resonated, the heavens and earth dimmed, and a sad song resounded throughout the chaos. In an instant, blood rained down from the chaos. Billowing blood, Chi soared into the sky and filled the chaos. The innate terminations saint gods could kill other innate saint gods, but they could also be killed by other saint gods. Qin Feng glanced at the place where the human ancestor divine god fell. This time, the human ancestor divine god had completely fallen. The human ancestor divine god's life force was instantly sucked dry, and his Yuan spirit was refined. The true spirit contained in the innate destruction Tao was wiped out by the divine light. The true spirit that wanted to reform in the innate destruction Tao was completely destroyed by the innate creation divine force, losing the ability to revive. Qin Feng's chest heaved up and down, and his face was pale. In the Heaven Court's spiritual altar, his Yuan spirit was withered. Executing skills consecutively and killing 3 Great Chi practitioners consumed a lot of his energy as well. However, he was recovering. As he absorbed the innate creation divine force from the innate creation divine force, his Yuan spirit recovered quickly. A huge phenomenon shook the chaos, and the 3 saint gods that were fighting far away immediately noticed it. He's dead. The 3 saint gods turned around at the same time, and their expressions changed drastically. Saint God Life and Saint God Mother Earth couldn't hide their joy, but Saint God Chi Yin was shocked, and his counterattack became even more frenzied. His eyes flashed with madness, and a fiery red pocket-sized pot appeared in his hand. It was his natal spiritual treasure, called the Chi Yin Million Fire Pot. This treasure was extremely precious, and it was a fire elemental postnatal spiritual treasure nurtured by the East Pole continent. After he kept it as his natal spiritual treasure, it was nurtured with the fire origin, and it became even more magical. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame's sacred god didn't care about the origin of the great Tao and even mobilized the origin of the body. The Scarlet Flame myriad fire pot instantly spewed out endless divine flames that swept towards the sacred god of life and the sacred god of Earth Mother in an attempt to create a great Tao. Saint God Life and Saint God Mother Earth used all their power to suppress the flames. The power of Earth and what combined wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. As the flames burned, countless green vines were reduced to dust, but they were quickly reborn from the void. 2 against 1, Saint God Life and Saint God Mother Earth teamed up and had the absolute advantage. It's too slow. Turning around, Qin Feng looked at this scene. Qin Feng frowned. Several saint gods had died here one after another, and such a huge phenomenon had probably alarmed many experts. If this dragged on, it was inevitable that there would be more problems. He mobilized a portion of his primordial spirit power, and 3 flowers appeared above his head. The first gray lotus rotated, and a white light appeared again. Bang, bang, bang. The chaos trembled violently. Saint God Life and Saint God Mother Earth's expressions changed. They felt an irresistible force slashing through their god space like a divine sword, and the white light instantly bombarded Saint God Chi Yin. Rumble. In the next moment, the blood-colored phenomenon appeared again in the chaos. At this moment, in another vast expanse of primal chaos, there was an extremely majestic world. It was also one of the 33 upper realms. Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm. Outside the Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm, countless streams of light gathered, and hundreds of huge chaos battleships floated in the void, locking onto the Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm. An army had gathered. The atmosphere was tense. This time, in order to block the entrance to the Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm, they cooperated with Saint God Renzu, Saint God Thunder Dragon, Saint God Chi Yin, and Lord Soul Snatcher to kill the Eastern Wilderness Emperor's wings. Several pantheons had joined forces. Chapter 1524. Apart from the Eastover God, there was also the primordial barbarian ancestor and evil Lord Lawlessness of the Chaos Evil God clan. The primordial barbarian ancestor was one of the barbarian race's experts, but the barbarian race was not considered big among the races in the chaos world. In the chaos, the gods looked at the peerless existence that stood side by side with the primordial barbarian ancestor and the East Overgod. The gods all revealed strange expressions: reverence, vigilance, and distancing themselves from him. The Chaos Evil God clan was not to be underestimated. It was rumored that this clan was one of the top 10 powerful clans in the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Evil God clan's strength did not come from their numbers, but from their individual strength. It was rumored that the Evil God clan was extremely rare. They would only be born when the world fell into chaos and destruction. Once a Chaos Evil God was born, the world it was born in would become a hotbed for its growth. Only when its origin was sucked dry would the Chaos Evil God be considered an adult. Adult Chaos Evil Gods were considered top-notch God Emperors. The more talented ones could even become ancestral gods. The Chaos Evil Gods seemed to be favored by the chaos and were natural destroyers, destroyers of order. Their chances of breaking through to level 16 were much higher than ordinary ancestral gods. This was especially true when the success rate of fusing the innate laws of chaos, slaughter, and destruction was far above that of ordinary elder gods. Evil Lord Lawlessness was a Chaos Evil God born in the previous era. He was considered a relatively young Chaos Evil God. Your Majesties, are you still hesitating? Now that most of the East Barbarian God Clan sacred gods have been transferred away, this is a rare opportunity to destroy the East Barbarian upper realm. A black-clothed goddess bowed and looked at the three ancient overgods at the front of the ship. All of you have seen the East Barbarian overgod's potential with your own eyes. In less than an era, he has already reached the pinnacle of level 2. Your Majesties, are you going to watch him reach level 3? At the end of her words, the black-clothed goddess had a stern look on her face. The East Overgod frowned and looked at the black-clothed goddess. To be honest, he looked down on her. He said calmly, "Tim Yao, I'm curious. Do you really hate the East Barbarian Overgod so much? You have to know that he treated you well and supported you in WMO. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid you would still be an ordinary rich girl. Treat me well." The heavenly Miao demon god raised his head, his eyes flickering with bone-deep hatred. If it wasn't for his favoritism, how could I have been stepped on by that bitch Lu Qi? If it wasn't for him, how could I have wasted an entire era as a god emperor? A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The Eastern Overgod and the primordial barbarian ancestor exchanged glances. Both of them could see the cold, indifferent smirk in each other's eyes. What did this woman think a greater level expert was? Countless great thousand worlds and the 33 heavens had given birth to countless peerless geniuses. Not to mention staying in the God Emperor realm for an era, it wasn't rare for one to break through after several eras. Furthermore, based on what the primordial barbarian ancestor knew about the Eastern Wilderness Master God, although the Eastern Wilderness Master God was extremely powerful, he was famous for treating his subordinates well due to the circumstances he had encountered in his early years. However, the demon god's resentment was exactly what they needed. If that was not the case, how could he have grasped the weakness of the Eastern Wilderness God system and gotten rid of most of the Eastern Wilderness Overgod's wings? But to directly attack the Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm? The Eastern Extremity Master God secretly shook his head. Don't be fooled by the attitude of the various god systems. However, in reality, the three god systems knew very well that they couldn't get rid of the Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm in one fell swoop. The Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm was not an ordinary upper realm. Furthermore, it had the Eastern Wilderness Overgod, who was a peak second step Overgod. Even in the primal chaos, before the three god systems Overgods joined forces to kill the Eastern Wilderness Overgod, the Eastern Wilderness Overgod could still kill 2 out of the 3 of them. Not to mention, he also had the support of the Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm and could use the power of the Upper Realm. To the Eastern Sacred God, stopping the Eastern Wilderness Overgod from assisting the Sacred Life God, Sacred Mother Earth God, and ultimate crimson sacred god was the greatest victory. Without these three sacred gods, the Eastern Wilderness Overgod would become a general without an army. The Eastern Wilderness God system's danger would be reduced to the minimum. Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm within the God Court. The remaining gods of the Eastern Wilderness stood solemnly, looking outside the Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm with gloomy expressions. The Eastern Wilderness God system had dominated this world. When had they ever been blocked by others? Demon god Tian Miao. At the thought of this woman's betrayal, the group of gods revealed their killing intent, especially anger. This woman's betrayal had caused the Eastern Wilderness God system to suffer heavy losses. Most of the great world coordinates hidden under the Eastern Wilderness God system's control had been lost, and they had become the prey of the three God systems. Overgod, are we really going to sit back and do nothing? In the God system, there were only two sacred gods left. The luck goddess looked at the overgod on the throne. Beside her, the misfortune goddess had always been at odds with the luck goddess. This was the first time she did not speak out against the overgod system. The three god systems had made it clear that they were all outside the Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm in order to weaken the Eastern Wilderness God system. Apart from the Eastern Wilderness Sacred God, the Eastern Wilderness God system now had 5 acquired sacred gods and 1 innate sacred god. If the Sacred Life God, Sacred Mother Earth God, and Ultimate Crimson Sacred God died, the Eastern Wilderness God system would suffer heavy losses. In this primal chaos, there were many god systems. However, with the Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm and the 6 sacred gods as their wings, the Eastern Wilderness God system was one of the most powerful god systems. They occupied a large part of the world and supported many god systems experts. With this momentum, it might not be long before the Eastern Wilderness Overgod could break through to the 18th level, the 3rd step of the Overgod realm. If he could successfully break through to the 3rd step, the Eastern Wilderness God system would be influential even in the Origin God world. The 3rd step of the Overgod realm was a very important threshold. Your Majesty, are we really going to sit back and watch Mother Earth, Life God, and Ultimate Crimson die? The Misfortune Goddess raised her head and looked at the Eastern Wilderness Overgod on the throne. The Misfortune Goddess and the Luck Goddess looked almost identical. However, the Luck Goddess liked white clothes. The Luck Goddess wore an elegant and exquisite white dress. She looked elegant and refined. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes sparkled with a divine light. On the other hand, the Misfortune Goddess wore a black dress and was bathed in a mysterious light. She looked like a beautiful young woman filled with endless temptation. Your Majesty, I think we should inform the Sway Sovereign God system and ask for his help. At the side, another sacred god stood out. He was surrounded by a pure and peaceful aura, as if the Tao of the heavens was being nurtured. A huge world appeared behind him, and countless living beings seemed to be listening and listening to the sounds of Tao. This was the first innate sacred god of the Eastern Wilderness God system, the innate moral sacred god, Taoist Yuanling. This Taoist Yuanling was the most mysterious sacred god in the Eastern Sea God system. Chapter 1525. Your Majesty, this matter should not be delayed. Taoist Essence Spirit had a solemn look on his face. Within the main hall, all the deities looked at Taoist Origin Spirit. On his throne, the Eastern Wilderness Overlord looked around at the other gods, and his gaze landed on Taoist Essence Spirit. In the Eastern Baron Divine system, other than the Divine Concubines, he was probably the only one who knew about Taoist Yuanling. Taoist Essence Spirit's face was solemn. One of the Divine Concubines couldn't help but speak up. Don't worry, His Majesty has already sent a message to His Majesty Sway Sovereign of the Sway Sovereign Celestial Branch. The saint gods under His Majesty Sway Sovereign must have left a long time ago. So that's how it is. It seems that we were worrying too much. The goddess of fortune, the goddess of misfortune, and Taoist Essence Spirit exchanged a glance, then simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. It's too early for you to celebrate. Although the Sway Sovereign Celestial System's gods have set off, Life, Mother Earth, and ultimate crimson might have already fallen into their trap. On his throne, the eastern wilderness overlord sighed softly. The deity's hearts sank upon hearing this. However, you should also be worried. This time, although our eastern wilderness divine system suffered a loss, the eastern extremity divine system and the barbaric ancestor divine system won't be able to gain any advantage. The expressions of all the gods changed when they heard those harsh words. At the side, a divine concubine looked at the deities and explained, "You might not know this, but His Majesty found the barbarian ancestral divine branches lair a few days ago." Really? The eyes of the three sacred gods couldn't help but sparkle. It would be even better if he could find the lair of the barbarian ancestral god. The holy god of barbarian ancestral did not have an upper realm as a place to stay. If they could find his lair, the eastern wilderness god system would definitely be able to make a fortune. Even if he couldn't make up for all the losses this time, he could at least make up for quite a bit. At the same time, there was a look of realization. It was no wonder that some of the god emperors and gods were nowhere to be seen. The deity's expressions relaxed. On the divine throne, the eastern wasteland god emperor's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with worry. The eastern wilderness god system's losses were not as great as they had imagined. Most of the greater worlds that they had conquered over the years had been integrated into the eastern wilderness upper realm, becoming the secondary heaven realm. Only a part of the great worlds that had just been conquered were seized by the three great divine branches because they didn't have enough time to take them as subordinates. In reality, there were no serious injuries. He was more worried about life, Mother Earth, and ultimate crimson. Life, Mother Earth, and ultimate crimson, these three sacred gods had already set off for quite some time. Such a long time was probably enough for the entire army to be wiped out. However, after a short while, the eastern wilderness overlord's expression changed. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. The two streams of light seemed to have cut through space and time, instantly passing through the eastern wilderness upper realm's reception. They instantly appeared in a huge yellow world attached to the upper realm. The next moment, two figures appeared in the celestial court. The horrifying power of two greater level 1 experts rippled out. Within the chaos, on that gigantic battleship, the face of the East Pole Master God was already ashen. He glared at the demon god Tian Miao as though he was about to devour him whole. The heavenly Miao Miao demon god felt a chill run down his spine. His entire body was almost drowned by that terrifying, killing intent. Under that formless, terrifying aura, demon god Tian Miao's knees involuntarily gave way, and he knelt on the ground in utter humiliation. The heavenly Miao Miao demon celestial was about to go mad. She was one of the gods. She didn't even need to kneel in front of an eastern wilderness over God. To think that she would be humiliated in such a manner by the East Pole Master God. However, she couldn't move at all. In fact, she didn't even dare to let out a single trace of resentment. All she could do was tremble in fear under that aura. "Brother East Pole, please calm down. What happened?" The faces of the barbaric ancestor and the evil lord changed slightly. The barbaric ancestor took a step forward and appeared before the East Pole Master God, blocking that murderous gaze of the East Pole Master God. Only then did the heavenly Miao Miao demon god catch her breath. Her beautiful eyes looked at the barbaric ancestor with gratitude. Glaring at the barbaric ancestor, the East Pole Master God's chest heaved up and down rapidly. The barbaric ancestor and the evil lord were slightly surprised. To be able to anger a Master God to such an extent, the heavenly Miao Miao demon god must have gotten herself into big trouble. The East Pole Master God's heart was filled with both shock and anger. However, he tried his best to calm down. Just earlier on, he had sensed that the fates of the four saint gods under him that were connected to his fates had dissipated. Even some of their imprints in the East Pole Master God system had dissipated. Even though the four saint gods under him weren't the strongest amongst the saint gods, they were still powerful beings of the thousands of levels. In just a few moments, four saint gods had fallen one after another. Without a doubt, The information provided by the heavenly Meow Meow demon god was a huge trap. The 4 saint gods under him had clearly been attacked by 6 or more powerful saint gods. Only in this way would it be possible for him to die in a few moments. As for dying in the hands of an innate saint god, the East Pole Master God instinctively dismissed that possibility. To be able to kill 4 saint gods who had attained their Tao for more than an era in such a short period of time, there wasn't such an expert in the East Pole Master God system, or even in the other god systems that were on good terms with the East Pole Master God system. As for a second step Master God, the East Pole Master God instinctively dismissed that possibility. A second step Master God was the stabilizing force of a god system. Right now, many god systems were in a stalemate. If a Master God of a god system acted recklessly, it would be easy for the other god systems to find an opening, leading to the destruction of the god system. Clearly, there was only one answer. That so-called ambush, the plan to lure the human ancestor saint god, was a huge trap in itself. It was very likely that the heavenly Meow Meow demon god had already been exposed. Their 3 god systems had fallen into the East Pole Master God system's trap. For a short period of time, the East Pole Master God suppressed the towering rage in his heart. He glanced at the barbaric ancestor and evil lord on the ship. A hint of wariness arose in the East Pole Master God's heart. He was now a commander without an army. All his subordinate saint gods had fallen. These 2 allies of his were not good people. They were the ancestors of bandits. If these 2 knew that his wings were all gone and he had become a commander without an army, it was inevitable that they would do something bad. Truth be told, the East Pole Master God wouldn't be surprised at all if they took advantage of the situation. No matter which god system it is, if I find out who it is, I won't let it go. He roared in his heart, but his expression returned to being expressionless. He looked coldly at the heavenly Meow Meow demon god. It was all because of this woman. If he hadn't listened to her, he wouldn't have become a commander without an army. He turned to the barbaric ancestor and evil Lord Lawless. The 2 of you, my East Pole Master God system has other urgent matters to attend to. I'll have to trouble the barbaric ancestor and evil Lord Lawless to take action. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Cupping his hands, the heavenly Meow Meow demon god, barbaric ancestor, and evil Lord Lawless were sent off the deck of the East Pole battleship. The East Pole Divine Lord steered the battleship and silently left the primal chaos. Had it ended so anticlimactically? The barbaric ancestor and evil Lord Lawless exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock as they looked in the direction the East Pole Master God had left. Back then, it was the East Pole Master God who had hurriedly dragged the 2 of them over to cheer them on. For this, he had even paid a hefty price. Without question, the East Pole Master God must have encountered something major. The 2 sovereigns wanted to follow and investigate, but in the end, they were wary of the East Pole Master God's strength. A moment later, the 2 sovereigns' gazes fell on the heavenly Meow Meow demon god. The heavenly Meow Meow demon god shuddered, and then her pretty face turned pale. She knew that she was no longer of any value. These 2 sovereigns were no kind-hearted people. Even if these 2 sovereigns didn't do anything to her, the East Pole Master God probably wouldn't let her off. She clenched her teeth, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. Your Majesties, I have another piece of news. It's news about a newly ascended upper realm of the 33 skies. Chapter 1526. A newly ascended upper world. The barbaric ancestor and evil Lord Lawlessness's eyes lit up. Compared to the Eastern Wilderness God system, which was a hard bone to chew, the newly ascended upper realm of the 33 heavens was undoubtedly a delicious cake. Looks like Brother East Pole is going to miss this opportunity. The barbaric ancestor smiled. Evil Lord Lawlessness also smiled coldly. The heavenly Meow demon, Celestial, lowered her head and knelt in the chaotic aura. Her eyes were cold and ferocious. She originally wanted to sell this information in exchange for some cultivation resources. Now, her plan was ruined. She had benefited the barbaric ancestor and evil Lord Lawlessness. Become stronger. I must become stronger. I must break through to the major stage. The heavenly meow demon celestial roared in her heart. In humiliation, her fingers dug into her flesh. The heavenly meow demon celestial could not hide it from the two sovereigns who were close by. However, the two of them did not care. How could the anger of an ant affect the sovereigns? Suddenly, the smiling barbaric ancestor frowned. The next moment, a trace of anger appeared between his brows. Not good. Someone is ambushing the barbarian race's territory. It was as if his, but was on fire. The barbarian king's great Kiliakosm was the barbarian race's territory. It was also the place where his sovereign space was hidden. His nest had been destroyed. His efforts of several generations had been completely wasted. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and did not change his expression. The barbaric ancestor glanced at the heavenly meow demon celestial with a trace of pity in his eyes. Hand over the coordinates of that upper world. The barbaric ancestor suppressed the anxiety in his heart and said coldly. At the same time, the barbaric ancestor quietly distanced himself from evil Lord Lawlessness. Evil Lord Lawlessness noticed this and felt a chill in his heart. At the same time, he also felt that it was a pity. However, he did not mind doing something if he could take all the benefits for himself. The heavenly meow demon celestial's face flashed with a trace of resistance. She really wanted to not hand it over. Once she handed over the coordinates of the 33 skies, she would no longer have the right to speak. However, she knew that even if she did not hand it over, the barbaric ancestor and evil Lord Lawlessness would have ways to make her speak. After a moment of silence, she extended her palm, and a milky white ball of light appeared. Space-time coordinates. The milky white ball of light split into two and fell into the hands of the barbarian ancestor and evil lord. Grabbing the ball of light, he sensed it and sensed it. It was the unique aura of someone who had just ascended to the upper realm. He smiled in satisfaction and glanced at the Empyrean expanse demon god. Then, like a piece of trash, he vanished into the chaos. At this moment, he had to rush back to his lair. The only ones left were the heavenly meow meow demon god and evil Lord Lawlessness, who had put away the space-time coordinates and was glaring at them with his evil eyes. Spirit Sea. On Feiyun Mountain, the Lingxiao heavenly palace was floating among the clouds. The sea of clouds was vast, and innumerable floating islands could be seen floating above the sea of clouds. There were jade buildings and immortal palaces. The countless palaces seemed to faintly resonate with the billions of stars in the sky. Because of this, it had some kind of connection with the earth veins. If powerful god spirits were present, they would discover that many of the islands were actually projections of god kingdoms from beyond the heavens. Rows upon rows of islands surrounded the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace in the center. Outside the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, there was a jade staircase formed by golden light that stretched to the end of the horizon. In the depths of the sky, there seemed to be a huge door. Inside the door was an indescribably huge world. Inside the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, this place seemed to be an expanded version of the Pantheon Palace. Countless divine thrones lined up on both sides of the vast sea of clouds that stretched to the horizon. The two rows of divine thrones were divided into countless levels. The stronger the godly power, the closer the divine thrones were to the front. In the main hall, the ones at the front were the 8 divisions Grand Empyreans, the masters of the great thousand realms. Next were the lords of the various prefectures, then the ancestor gods and god emperors with real authority. Finally, there were the scattered ancestor gods and god emperors. Below them were the 8 divisions god emperors, the god emperors of the various prefectures, and the scattered god emperors. After them were the god kings and star lords of the various prefectures. In addition to the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, there were many other prefectures in the Sea of Clouds, such as the Great Trial Divine Court, the Hall of Space-Time Trading, the 8 Divisions Prefectures, and so on. Above the Sea of Clouds, there were many god spirits that settled down here. It was common knowledge that this was the place closest to the Overgod's kingdom. Many of the god spirits, after earning merit points, wished to enter the Overgod's kingdom and exchange them for tickets to listen to the Overgod's preaching. Even if they didn't enter to listen to the Overgod's preaching, they could enter the library, travel through the Overgod's kingdom to gain experience in other worlds, or join the Wasteland Reclamation Corps. The Spirit Sea's largest multiverse trading center was also located in the Overgod's kingdom. Naturally, the pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. In the Spirit Sea, beings that had yet to ascend to godhood liked to mingle in the dream net. There, they would train, battle, and even trade for secret arts. But everyone knew that the dream net was only suitable for low-level cultivators or low-level gods. The Overgod's realm was a playground for high-level gods. Qinfeng only held a grand court once every 100 years. When the court was held, the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace would be filled with hundreds of thousands, even millions of high-level gods. The overlords of the 3,000 realms of the Spirit Sea, as well as many high-level gods, would all be present unless they were in closed-door cultivation. But even when the court wasn't held, there were still many powerful innate deity kings who liked to sit here. Starlight from the Milky Way fell upon this place, and the rich innate starlight energy wasn't inferior to some of the best grotto heavens. Most importantly, there were traces of the Overgod's great Tao left behind here. Although it was only a trace of the Overgod's great Tao, it was still an unimaginable benefit to deity kings and high-level gods. Of course, most of the gods that stayed in the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace were goddesses. Many goddesses had heard that the Overgod of the pantheon was a playboy with many concubines. Not to mention becoming a concubine, even becoming a personal god servant would be a great benefit to their family or race. Some of the goddesses even had their eyes set on the throne behind them. The lack of a god empress caused many of the major races to eye it covetously. Among the many realms of Spirit Sea, many powerful races took advantage of the Heavenly Palace's selection to cram goddesses into the Heavenly Palace. At this time, in the Heavenly Palace, many goddesses were quietly sizing up the majestic Overgod on the throne. On the throne, Qinfeng frowned. He was thinking about the great battle in the primal chaos. Killing 4 sacred gods in a row might seem impressive, but it had also exposed some of his shortcomings. After all, he hadn't achieved Tao for long, and his killing methods were too simple. Of the 3 super divine techniques, only the good fortune of mediation was created by him. Among them, Myriad Dragon's world refining art was secretly learned from the dragon race, but its true power wasn't strong. As for Heavenly Emperor Divine Investiture, it was crippled the moment it left the Spirit Sea. Chapter 1527. This super art originated from the Spirit Sea's celestial emperor throne. Outside of the Spirit Sea, it couldn't sense the Spirit Sea's origin and was almost useless. It could be said that although Qinfeng was a peak 9th level innate saint god, he only knew one supreme divine art. However, there was a saying that all arts came from the same source. Although mediate creation was simple, it contained all of Qinfeng's understanding of Kane creation. On his throne, Qinfeng fell into deep thought. However, it was true that he had only one skill. Qinfeng felt that he still needed to derive a super art that was most suitable for him. As he pondered, Qinfeng's consciousness continued to observe the changes in the Overgod space. Learning a combat art wasn't something that could be done in a day, but the changes in the Overgod space were imminent. In the primeval god space, in the center of the primeval god space, a grayish-black origin was floating in the white flames of the primeval god space. Wisps of white flames were burning and refining the grayish-black origin. It was like a grayish-black sun. At its center was a giant grayish-black crystal, the Chaos Monster Tree's origin. Qinfeng killed the primal chaos demonic tree with a single strike. The essence of the primal chaos demonic tree was completely refined by Qin Feng into a ball of pure origin. After killing the tree, Qin Feng didn't let the chaos world tree devour it directly. Instead, he suppressed it in the center of the overgod space and used the overgod space's power to create a ball of origin fire to refine the impurities in the chaos monster tree's origin. What Qin Feng needed was pure origin. The chaos world tree couldn't be demonized. A demonized chaos world tree would become incredibly powerful, but it would lose the power to support the world. This would be detrimental to the survival of all life. This was something Qin Feng didn't want to see happen. Under the refinement of the overgod space's origin fire, the grayish-black aura of the chaos monster tree's origin grew smaller and smaller, and the crystal at its center gradually turned white. Gradually, it turned into an extremely pure color like white snow. The change was extremely slow. It took 3 full years for the overgod space to reach this stage. During those 3 years, Qin Feng watched as his wasteland reclaimers went deep into the plains of various sizes around the Spirit Sea and established one minor world after another. With this kind of occupation, many small and large worlds began to be connected, forming a kind of stair-like law. With the divine tree, boundless world as the heaven realm. The creator space was already fusing with the Spirit Sea. Qin Feng was not used to this change. It felt like 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. After all, Qin Feng was only a little over 1,000 years old. Even including his previous life, he was only a little over 2,000 years old. For some innate gods, 2,000 years might not even be enough for a nap. After completely purifying the origin source of the Chaos Demon Tree, he controlled the purified origin source to merge with the Chaos World Tree. He had fused with the Chaos Demon Tree's origin. The Chaos World Tree began to grow rapidly as if it had received a great boost. In just a few months, the trunk at the center of the Chaos World Tree had expanded several times over. Extremely thick tree trunks supported heaven and earth, emitting chaotic aura. The scene was astonishing. The branches had also extended more than 10 times longer. More planes of various sizes seemed to have appeared on its branches and leaves. Countless planes sparkled like stars, radiating chaotic aura. Qin Feng could sense that the rules of heaven and earth in the creator space had been perfected to a rather complicated level in the past few months. The origin source of heaven and earth had increased. The most direct manifestation of this was that the number of god positions in the god space had increased from the original 48,000 to 69,000. The biggest change was in the Spirit Sea. Qin Feng could feel that as the chaotic divine tree grew once more, one of its thick roots actually quietly penetrated a layer of the Spirit Sea's barrier and entered the East Sea of the Spirit Sea. It was surreptitiously absorbing nourishment from the Spirit Sea, working hard to strengthen the Chaos World Tree and the creator space. The initial fusion was beginning. Qin Feng knew very well what this meant. He couldn't hide his joy. Next, he only needed more roots of the Chaos World Tree to penetrate the Spirit Sea. Eventually, the creator space would completely assimilate the Spirit Sea and completely take over the Spirit Sea, turning it into his base camp. Time passed quietly. As the Chaos World Tree quietly penetrated the Spirit Sea, Qin Feng's aura above the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace grew more and more ethereal. It was close to Tao. He sensed that there seemed to be an extremely huge origin in the Spirit Sea surging through the Chaos World Tree. Most of it entered the creator space, while a small part entered his Tao body. In his mind, he witnessed the advancement of the primitive void universe and the Spirit Sea, as well as the expansion and changes of the creator space. All of this suddenly surged into his primordial spirit and merged with it. He quietly closed his eyes, and his primordial spirit sank into the boundless Tao realm. The 3 flowers bloomed naturally. The first 9th-grade lotus took the opportunity to devour strands of origin at an even faster speed, as if it was nurturing some extremely mysterious existence. From time to time, stars, suns, space-time destruction, and the birth of the universe appeared behind him. In the Lingxiao heavenly palace, many high-level gods cultivating in the heavenly palace sensed this change. They looked up, and all the gods were immersed in the boundless vision with just a glance. It seemed to be the arrival of boundless great Tao. More and more gods sensed this change, and more gods' true bodies came to the heavenly palace. Many godly kings, godly emperors, and finally many ancestral gods and 8 great holy masters came with their true bodies. Some gods saw a green lotus swaying in the chaos on the master god on the throne. Its 3 leaves were misty, and it seemed to be able to easily shatter the world, chaos, and space-time. Following that, he comprehended a huge phenomenon and even comprehended the Tao of the green lotus, condensing his own green lotus phenomenon. Some saw a huge vision in the boundless vision. Stars filled the sky, and the sun was high above. It harmonized the stars in the world, and they comprehended a super divine technique. Some gods saw a supreme saint god sitting on a sacred platform on a master god on the throne. He was preaching the boundless great Tao, and billions of gods listened respectfully. They comprehended all kinds of miraculous techniques from him. Some saw an eternal great emperor standing above the brilliant world, commanding billions of gods, and they comprehended the Tao of kings. All kinds of visions appeared. A vast amount of power emerged from it. Finally, all the visions merged and turned into an ancient tree that reached the heavens. The ancient tree was indescribably majestic. It seemed to be a divine tree that held up heaven and earth. Gradually, it turned into a huge world above the master god on the throne. It was similar to the spirit sea, but it was also somewhat different. Gradually, a beam of light appeared above the head of the God Lord from the heavenly palace. It was mysterious to the extreme, and gradually, it transformed into a rotating wheel of light that seemed capable of transforming the seas into mulberry fields, and the kiliocosm of worlds being born and destroyed. It was inconceivably majestic. The spirit sea's origin trembled, and it seemed to distort and change because of the wheel. Dharma body? Outside the heavenly palace, the earthly sovereign was sitting on the throne closest to the heavenly palace. He was aghast as he stared at the beam of light. Under this beam of light, he felt as if everything in the world was passively rotating and being distorted, falling into this beam of light. Chapter 1528. Heavenly Tao. In the Origin Sea, the Genesis primordial spirit suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Lingxiao heavenly palace. Extreme hatred flashed across his eyes. Earthly sovereign hadn't transformed yet and couldn't see some hidden things. However, the Genesis primordial spirit saw clearly that countless origins were being stolen. What was a heavenly Tao? It was an existence that stole most of the origins of heaven and earth, occupying the nest of a magpie and ruling over heaven and earth. Such an existence was the kind of existence that the Genesis primordial spirit hated the most. In the eyes of the Genesis primordial spirit, the existence in the depths of Lingxiao heavenly palace was also a kind of heavenly Tao. Thief! The Genesis primordial spirit was furious, and a flame that could burn the heavens was burning all over his body. He also saw the world tree root that had secretly integrated into the depths of the East Sea. He also saw the huge creator god kingdom invading the spirit sea bit by bit and taking everything away from him. However, the Genesis primordial spirit was powerless to stop it. If he ran out, he would most likely be killed by the existence in the depths of Lingxiao heavenly palace. They could only watch helplessly as more and more origins were stolen in broad daylight. In the outer realm, 2 black-robed figures stood in the chaos. The black-robed figures seemed to have become one with the chaos. One of the black-robed figure's black robes fluttered as if he was sleeping. His breathing faintly blended with the chaos within billions of miles. There was a terrifying power hibernating. Looking at the spirit sea, the subtle changes also fell on the 2 black-robed figures. The two figures had rushed to the spirit sea for nearly 100 years. Looking at the changes in the spirit sea, the two were speechless. The heavenly Miao, demon god's body, was trembling slightly. That was fear. No, she had no fate with the demon god now. It should be the heavenly Miao demon god. She had been forcibly transformed by evil Lord Lawlessness into a servant of the Chaos Evil God clan. Every evil lord of the Chaos Evil God clan had countless Chaos Evil gods, low-level evil gods, and even evil godkin and countless minions under them. They were the vanguard of the Chaos Evil God clan to help the Chaos Evil gods create chaos and destroy heaven and earth. The low-level evil gods could be commanders, but the minions, evil beings, and monsters under the low-level evil gods were cannon fodder. Although even the lowest level of evil could cause a great catastrophe in the human world. The heavenly Miao Yao god was an ancestor god, but under the control of the evil lord, he was forced to destroy the Blackwater continent and his divine kingdom. As a result, he was forcibly converted into a chaos evil god, second only to the chaos evil gods. However, even the chaos evil god, who was the most powerful servant of the evil god, was like an ant in front of the real chaos evil god. Under chaos evil god's cold gaze, evil god Tian Miao's soul almost froze. This is your so-called newly ascended upper realm. Evil Lord Lawlessness's face turned gloomy. In truth, I didn't know that that person had already cultivated the body of a heavenly law over God in just a short 1,000 years. The evil god Tian Miao suppressed his fear and retorted. There was a huge grievance on her face. Evil Lord Lawlessness's face turned gloomy. He merely glanced at the heavenly miasma demon god. Following that, he moved away. His gaze fell upon the spirit sea. Hard to chew. Extremely hard to chew. The evil lord knew that this time, he had met an existence who was extremely adept at managing the heaven and earth. Whether it was the inescapable net that monitored the heaven and earth, or the heavenly Tao's origin, they were all extremely rare items. In fact, they looked much harder to chew than the Eastern Wilderness Upper Realm. However, although it was ugly, it was a huge cake. The evil lord revealed a greedy expression. As long as the other party had not broken through to the second step, he still had hope. The Chaos Evil God clan strategy was far superior to that of ordinary idol's second step over gods. As long as he could plunge the 33 heavens into the chaos of the Great Destruction, he might be able to reach the third step before the Eastern Wilderness over gods. He looked around the spirit sea. In the distant void of the chaos, various large and small worlds floating in the endless void were slowly approaching the spirit sea. The newly ascended upper realm was extremely attractive to the ownerless secret realms floating in the chaos, as well as the small and large naturally born worlds. This was also the instinct of many small and large worlds. Without relying on the greater 1,000 worlds, the 33 heavens and the small worlds floating in the chaos would be easily destroyed by the chaos. By relying on the greater 1,000 worlds, the 33 heavens would receive the greatest protection. Not only were there wild worlds of various sizes, but there were also greater 1,000 worlds hidden in the chaos. There were also some chaos ferocious beasts and chaos demon gods that were roaming in the chaos. A newly ascended upper realm was also indescribable to the chaos ferocious beasts and chaos demon gods. However, the pure chaos ferocious beasts and chaos demon gods could not enter the upper realm. They had to give up their physical bodies and reincarnate as primordial spirits. Even so, the many chaos ferocious beasts and chaos demon gods would still rush over. The evil lord glanced coldly at the spirit sea. In a flash, he carried the evil god Tian Miao and transformed into thousands of formless gray wisps of extremely evil aura that charged into the chaos. They turned into wisps that seeped into the various small worlds and permeated them. They only had to wait for the many small worlds to enter the spirit sea. 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Lingxiao Heavenly Palace was at the center of billions of divine thrones. On the throne, the light wheel above the overgod's head seemed to be gradually materializing. In the light wheel, some people saw the five elements change. Some saw the sun rise and the moon set. Some saw billions of living beings rise and fall. Some saw the greater thousand worlds crumble. There were even some who saw the spirit sea returning to one and the gods worshipping the boundless scene. Finally, after 300 years of evolution, Qin Feng opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, countless strange phenomena instantly turned into countless specks of silver light that dissipated between heaven and earth. At the same time, auspicious qi soared into the sky. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky. Celestial music sounded. Neon lights rolled and shook the trillions of voids. In the void, there was also an endless amount of purple qi that filled the air. A vast and mighty aura swept across the spirit sea. Countless living beings and gods involuntarily knelt in the direction of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. At this moment, even some of the ancient ancestor gods and god emperors hidden in the deepest parts of heaven and earth knelt down in shock. There are also some experts who tried their best to resist the aura. However, most of them had their Tao hearts shattered. Their bodies crumbled and their primordial spirits shattered. Only a few mysterious ancestor gods held on proudly and used this opportunity to refine their Tao hearts. This was a strange phenomenon of the birth of a divine being. Could it be that he had another breakthrough? At this moment, many ancestor gods were shocked. In the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, Qin Feng was sitting high on the divine throne. Boundless light radiated from his body as if he was resonating with the trillions of spirit sea. Vaguely, there was an indescribable majestic scene. At this moment, Qin Feng ignored the worship of the gods. He had a strange expression on his face. My Dharma body is the heavenly Tao. Chapter 1529. Qin Feng was speechless for a long time. The heavenly axiom was a notorious existence in many upper realms. Once a heavenly Tao was born, it meant that the heavens and earth began to change and it would be attacked by many experts. For example, a heavenly Tao died in the hands of Tao ancestor Hongjun. A heavenly Tao was also born in the Archean Void universe, but it died in the hands of Dugu Baitian, Demon Lord, Chun Nan, and the others. However, Qin Feng did not expect that he would nurture a Dharma body similar to a heavenly Tao. Among the many forms of Dharma bodies, human, beast, god, plant, and weapon, his Dharma body should be a weapon. It could be called the Spirit Sea Heavenly Tao Wheel or the Spirit Sea Divine Wheel. Its nurturing was closely related to the Spirit Sea, the Creator Space, and the inescapable net. In fact, many heavenly thunders had their own emphasis. Some focused on balance and all living things. The heavenly Tao was impermanent and selfless. Some leaned towards order and rules. They believed that there was order in the heavens and earth, and all living things could not go against it. Qin Feng's Spirit Sea Heavenly Tao will lean towards creation and nurturing gods and living things. At this moment, Qin Feng's Dharma body was not fully nurtured. It was still absorbing the origin of the Spirit Sea and slowly nurturing. Therefore, its power could not be measured by its grade, because its power was constantly increasing. However, Qin Feng had a feeling that since it contained the origin of an upper realm and the rules of the myriad realms, his Dharma body would definitely be extraordinary. It would at least be far stronger than Taoist creation's Tristrimsa, Holy Tower of Creation. At the same time, Qin Feng also sensed a strange ability. Although the Spirit Sea Heavenly Tao wheel was still nurturing, it already had a few basic abilities. The first was perfect control. Perfect control of the power of the inescapable net. When the power of the heavenly Tao seeped into the inescapable net could be strengthened and upgraded. The second was heavenly Tao control. With this wheel, Qin Feng would be able to sense the power of the Spirit Sea no matter where he was in the primal chaos. He would be able to borrow the power of the Spirit Sea. It would not be like before, when he was no longer protected by the power of the spirit sea once he left it. Just this point alone was extremely precious to Qin Feng. This also meant that the celestial emperor investiture of the gods would never be lost. Not only would he not lose it, Qin Feng could also feel that this super divine art seemed to be able to further expand his power. Perhaps it could be upgraded to the heavenly Tao of the divine investiture. There was a third ability. What Qin Feng valued the most was the third ability. He opened his palm, and a tiny speck of light appeared on his palm. The speck of light expanded, and in a moment, it turned into a gray seed. It seemed to contain boundless laws and mysteries. Vaguely, one could see 3,000 laws entangled within it. Heavenly Tao Investiture. This ability was called the Heavenly Tao Seed. This kind of seed of heaven's way could quietly invade any great wide world, as well as the world below the great wide world. Moreover, it could quietly integrate the seed of heaven's way into the origin of heaven and earth's way of heaven and earth to be nurtured. This also meant that as long as Qin Feng was given time, he would be able to nurture countless heavenly Taos of various sizes in the countless worlds. He would be able to occupy other worlds without shedding any blood. Furthermore, these heavenly Taos could be completely controlled by Qin Feng. This could be said to be a very abnormal ability. In the past, just the heavenly way of the primordial void universe alone was enough to kill Dugu Beitian, Demon Lord, and Shun Nan. Even Tao ancestor Hong Jun had to spend a lot of effort to subdue the heavenly way. Of course, this was only for Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who had just broken through to rank 16. The only pity was that it was not easy to create the world Tao seed. It needed to consume a part of the origin of the spirit sea or the world force in the origin pool of the central world. It could not be mass-produced. For the time being, it could only deal with worlds below the world. It could not deal with the 33 heavens. Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly as he raised his head. Behind him, a vast light will slowly rotated. His eyes seemed to be able to see the outside of the spirit sea. He could see many worlds of various sizes slowly approaching the spirit sea from within the primal chaos. Among them, there were several small worlds close to the spirit sea. They were accepted by the spirit sea and became its vassals. Among those small worlds, there were a few broken divine nations without masters. There were also one or two that were full of potential. They were small worlds born naturally from the collision of earth, water, wind, and fire. With just one look, Qin Feng understood the source of the change. Small worlds were attached to large worlds were attached to greater worlds, and greater worlds were attached to the 33 heavens. This was the ultimate mystery of the world stairway. There were also many living beings in those small worlds. As soon as he thought of the power of the spirit sea's wheel of heavenly Tao, Qin Feng felt an unbearable itch in his heart. He raised a hand, and vaguely, the origin power of the central world's origin pool in the creator space behind him began to churn. In an instant, he flicked his finger, and 4 to 5 streams of light flew out rapidly, landing in several worlds within the spirit sea's space-time range. Qin Feng looked over, and his gaze landed on one of the small worlds. That small world seemed to be formed by the radiation of a certain greater world. It seemed to be a low martial world. The world Tao Seed quietly landed. It blended into the simple laws of heaven and earth of the small world. In that world, countless origin forces and laws of heaven and earth were instantly swallowed up by the world Tao Seed. After swallowing the laws of heaven and earth and the origin of the world, in just a few years, a small, invisible world Tao was born. It then took over the entire low martial world. Immediately, in the Lingxiao heavenly palace, he felt that he was like the creator of that small world. All changes were under his control. Countless changes were filtered by the spirit sea world wheel and turned into information for him to know. The feeling of omnipotence. Qin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. However, after carefully perceiving, Qin Feng's expression changed. He found something strange. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and then it turned into a sinister sneer. In a small world of low-level martial arts, in the middle of a dynasty of an ancient civilization, in a luxurious mansion, a young man opened his eyes. A mighty, evil spirit of the five elements was rolling and roaring in his body. It seemed to faintly blend with the evil spirit in the void and merge with it. Feeling the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, he had a strange look on his face. What's going on? How can a world-down monster be born in such a small world? The young master was puzzled. According to his knowledge, the Heavenly Way monsters were usually born in the Greater Thousand World. A small number of large worlds could also give birth to Heavenly Way monsters under extremely special circumstances. However, how could such a small world be able to give birth to a Heavenly Way monster? Chapter 1530. He was none other than a wisp of evil energy formed by the Evil Lord. This was one of the ways the Chaos Evil Lord invaded the world. Through the many large and small worlds that were about to merge into the upper realm, he transformed into billions of bodies and merged into the upper realm. The Chaos Evil God tribe was born as a kind of energy of the world's origin. Entering the various large worlds was like a fish in water. It was seamless. Once all of them merged, they would be able to reform their true bodies and sweep through the upper realm. This method was extremely secretive. Because it merged with many large and small worlds, there were almost no flaws. Moreover, it would not be rejected by the upper realm. Could it be some kind of treasure? There is a strange look in the eyes of this wisp of spirit. Because many small worlds were born naturally in the chaos, there would occasionally be some extremely precious chaos treasures. It was just that the probability was extremely low. In an instant, this wisp of spirit's eyes burned with passion. I actually found a big fish. In the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace on the throne, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange look. Through the heavenly Tao that was born in the small world, Qin Feng immediately discovered a trace of something strange. According to the records of the world's origin, a very strange aura had once appeared in the small world and disappeared in a flash. Under the heavenly Tao, there was no way to monitor it. It would not be surprising if that strange aura appeared in only one world. However, after the 4 or 5 heavenly Tao seeds that he released in succession had ripened, he discovered something strange. The same strange aura flashed and disappeared. Obviously, this was not a coincidence. I've encountered a huge conspiracy. Qin Feng believed that this change was definitely not someone secretly sneaking in behind his back to give him a gift. I wonder who it is. Qin Feng realized that the other party's method of sneaking in was much more brilliant than the Time Dragon Lord Torch Dragon. Moreover, that strange evil aura seemed to have an extremely high affinity with the world's origin. The world's origin was divided into good and evil. Good and evil were one, and that was the true, complete world's origin. That strange aura carried the most fundamental evil. That kind of evil could naturally merge with the world and hide in the shortest amount of time. If not for the fact that he had stolen the origin of the Spirit Sea and managed to nurture a portion of his avatar, it would have been impossible for him to have discovered the infiltration. Qin Feng looked outside the Spirit Sea. There were even more immortals of various sizes hidden in the primal chaos. They were attracted by a new upper realm and were surging over. Who knew if there was something hidden in those big and small worlds that had snuck into the Spirit Sea? Dong dong dong. Qin Feng gently and rhythmically knocked on the huge divine throne he was sitting on. At this time, the divine throne under his buttocks had undergone a huge change as he swallowed the origin source. It was like a huge divine throne cast from primal chaos. Behind the divine throne, a huge world appeared vaguely. Those worlds appeared on an extremely thick branch. Countless purple-gold vines crawled out of the chaotic branches, forming a thick purple-gold vine tree behind Qin Feng. The vine tree seemed to be hugging the huge divine throne. Countless vines formed a glorious, majestic, and incomparably mysterious pattern. What attracted the gods' eyes the most were the 7 gourds that appeared on the giant vine tree. They shone with spiritual light and glowed with spiritual light. Beneath the purple gold vine leaves, the 7 gourds were faintly discernible. A corner of them revealed a trace of connate spiritual light. How enviable! 7 connate gourds. The gods' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Qin Feng noticed the gazes of the deities and chuckled. The connate purple gold gourd vine was a very clever fellow. As a connate spiritual root that accompanied the Chaos World Tree, the Chaos World Tree obtained a portion of the Spirit Sea's origin. However, the connate purple gold gourd vine also stole a portion of it. After obtaining a portion of the Spirit Sea's origin, the connate purple gold gourd Spirit Sea's origin grew greatly. It broke through the Spirit Sea's barrier and pierced its roots into the Spirit Sea. It seemed to be unusually close to Qin Feng. Its roots and vines gently wrapped around the divine throne. It used its weakest roots to gently touch the Master God on the divine throne. It sensed a familiar presence from the main god that was identical to the Chaos World Trees. In fact, after Qin Feng refined the Chaotic World Tree, it could be said that the Chaotic World Tree was his doppelganger. Naturally, their auras were similar to a certain extent. Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at the 7 gourds. When the connate purple gold gourd vine stole a portion of the Spirit Sea's origin, each of the 7 connate gourds had been refined by the Spirit Sea's origin and gained the potential to become a spirit treasure. Spiritual treasures were not restricted to acquired spiritual treasures or innate spiritual treasures. They were all unique. If any ancestor god could obtain a spirit treasure, their chances of breaking through to 16th level holy god would increase by at least 10%. How could anyone not go crazy over such a thing? As the Chaos World Tree sank more roots into the Spirit Sea and further merged with the Spirit Sea, the 7 connate gourds might be able to become spirit treasure gourds. There was a good chance of that happening. At the very least, the earthly emperor, who was closest to the throne, could sense that the seed of the acquired great Tao of good and evil was maturing within the first black gourd. He really didn't understand where Qin Feng had found such a connate spirit root. A connate spirit root of such quality was unimaginable. It was worthy of being called the number 1 connate spirit root in all the worlds. Oh no, perhaps it wasn't number 1 just yet. The Chaos World Tree should be number 1. In contrast to the other gods' envious gazes, the Ling gods' eyes lit up. Some of the greatest Ling experts had already sensed that the spirit root seemed to have developed a connate spirit of its own. It was common knowledge that the higher the quality of a Ling expert's body, the harder it was for them to develop their own sentience. But once it gained sentience, like the purple gold gourd spiritual root, once it took shape, its potential would probably surpass that of the leading divine emperors of the Spirit Clan who had taken shape with spiritual roots. At the same time, a number of Ling experts stared warily at the gods around them, as if guarding against thieves. In a short period of time, the Spirit Tribe experts came to a consensus that they could not let the gods have the chance to touch the purple gold gourd spirit root. They also asked that Sangxiong Crown Prince to petition the over-gods to prevent the other gods from taking the connate gourd spirit root. On the throne, Qin Feng didn't pay attention to the other gods' gazes. He gazed at the chaos beyond the heavens and the various worlds nearing the Spirit Sea. An idea formed in his mind. Chapter 1531. With a thought, his divine telekinesis moved, and the heavenly Tao burst forth. In an instant, several worlds collapsed at the same time, turning into a burst of shattered flames. Bang! From 4 to 5 huge worlds, a huge burst of world origin force shot out. Qin Feng had once used a portion of world origin force to create 5 heavenly Tao seeds, but this time he brought back 10 times more world origin force. Rumble, like a flood, it poured into the origin pool in the center of the larger worlds in the creator space. Qin Feng directly used the heavenly Tao energy to destroy the 5 small worlds that had been eroded. This was very primitive and violent. Qin Feng looked at the 5 small worlds that had been destroyed at the edge of the Spirit Sea. The birth of heavenly Tao in 4 or 5 small worlds was obviously abnormal, and he could not let evil Lord Lawlessness discover anything. However, destroying the 5 small worlds at the same time would also let evil Lord Lawlessness discover some clues. However, the 5 small worlds had already isolated themselves from the chaos and evil Lord Lawlessness's senses. At the very least, they should be able to hide from him for a while. Qin Feng sat on the god throne, and the next step was to lure evil Lord Lawlessness into the trap. It was just that this step required a lot of time. The small and big worlds approached the Spirit Sea, and the nearest ones would need decades, while the further ones would need hundreds or even thousands of years. He looked at the void, and under his control, where the 5 destroyed small worlds were, waves of world origin force flew out from the creator space, and new small worlds were born there. In the chaos, evil Lord Lawlessness's divine telekinesis split into countless evil gods' divine telekinesis and merged into the various worlds that were approaching the Spirit Sea. Looking at the 5 small worlds that had lost their senses, evil Lord Lawlessness frowned. His intuition told him that something bad was going to happen. Although the 5 small worlds had entered the Spirit Sea and were blocked by the Spirit Sea's origin force, and should be within the normal range, evil Lord Lawlessness's instincts were triggered. This was a kind of intuition, a dangerous intuition. Evil Lord Lawlessness furrowed his brows. Evil Lord Lawlessness did not retreat, and this intuition seemed normal. The Spirit Sea was a Trayastrimsa celestial realm. With such a huge upper realm, even third-step lords would have to retreat when faced with the recoil. However, he became even more vigilant. What he didn't know was that as more and more small worlds merged into his Spirit Sea, his avatars and incarnations were like meat buns thrown at a dog, never to return. Under Qin Feng's control, the small worlds that contained the strange, evil aura were destroyed once again. Soon after, they were reborn from the destruction. In the great calamity, that wisp of evil chi had already been destroyed along with the world, becoming nourishment for new life after the destruction. However, after being destroyed many times, Qin Feng gradually obtained a portion of the heavenly Tao's profound mysteries of a higher level. He began to use the heavenly Tao's power to assimilate and refine it. This improvement was very obvious. 300 years later, as Qin Feng's understanding of the power of the heavenly Tao deepened, Qin Feng no longer needed to destroy the world. He could directly use the power of the heavenly Tao to assimilate it, devour it, and turn it into nourishment for the heavenly Tao. As he devoured more and more, Qin Feng roughly understood the identity of demon Lord Lawless from the remnant memories within the evil origin chi. However, Qin Feng didn't care too much about it. As his Spirit Sea's heavenly Tao wheel condensed day by day, as long as he stayed in the Spirit Sea, demon Lord Lawless would be eaten by the Spirit Sea bit by bit and completely become nourishment for the Spirit Sea's origin. Other than a small portion of Qin Feng's attention on dealing with the demon god spirit, the rest of his attention was focused on comprehending the profoundness of the space Tao. It had been 400 years. The innate void Tao that corresponded to the innate universe Tao had already been deduced to 100%. Once the innate void Tao was deduced, Qin Feng could start to comprehend the innate universe Tao. In the primal chaos, there was a hazy fog. It was a humongous cluster of worlds, speechless and majestic. A figure shuttled through the primal chaos. He was dressed in white and looked at the huge cluster of worlds in the distance. There was still a hint of amazement in his eyes. The huge cluster of worlds was like a chain of godly mountains standing in the primal chaos, extending to the end of the heavens and earth. Among the godly mountains, there were 2 majestic and boundless godly mountains. Those 2 godly mountains were none other than 2 huge upper realms of the 33 heavens. It was the headquarters of the Western Dragon race. Daoist creation's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. After 1,000 years of wandering in the primal chaos, he finally found the headquarters of the Western Dragon race. However, the Western Dragon race was much more powerful than he imagined. They actually monopolized two extremely huge upper realms of the 33 heavens. Daoist creation's eyes were a little dazed. If he could have one of the 33 heavens as the foundation of his god system, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. He was even severely injured by the primeval master god, a mere 16th level saint god. This time, he came for no other reason than to bring news of the time dragon Lord Torch Dragon to the Western Dragon race. Daoist creation believed that the Western Dragon race would be interested in this news. Furthermore, there was a new upper realm of the 33 heavens. His gaze fell on the two upper realms of the 33 heavens in the center of the cluster of worlds in the distance. There was a hesitant look in his eyes. As everyone knew, there were many types of dragons in the Western Dragon race. Like the Eastern Dragon race, although they were both dragons and were rumored to be born from the primal chaos sea, their appearances were completely different. The Eastern Dragon race's figure was graceful and full of mysterious beauty. The most striking feature of the Western Dragon race was their tyrannical membrane wings, as well as the various evil names that lingered above their heads. However, some of the Western Dragon race's high-level dragons were not inferior to the Eastern Dragon race in terms of talent. Moreover, because of their powerful and abnormal reproductive ability, the Western Dragon race's territory was larger than that of the Eastern Dragon race. In the primal chaos sea, the Western Dragon race was also a well-known high-level race with a huge force. The Eastern Dragon race liked to call themselves heavenly dragons, while the Western Dragon race liked to call themselves Calamity Dragon race or Sacred Dragon race. In front of him was one of the main gathering places of the Western Dragon race. While hesitating, Daoist creation's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his head. Roar! Roar! In the distance, among the numerous dragon race worlds, wild ancient dragon roars suddenly sounded, and the auras of several powerful sovereigns emerged and rapidly approached. In the distance, a huge black dragon appeared in the lead. It had a huge divine body similar to the Eastern Dragon race, but unlike the ordinary Eastern Dragon race, it had a pair of black flesh wings that blotted out the sky and the sun. They were strong and powerful, and when they flapped, there seemed to be boundless divine power, shaking the primal chaos and splitting heaven and earth. It was the dragon race of Calamity, the Lord of Wind Calamity, who symbolized 55 major disasters. Chapter 1532. For a god, a secluded meditation session would take an extremely long time. 100 years was like a dream. 300 years later, above the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, the over-god's aura from 100 years ago grew increasingly illusory and mysterious. There were many new faces in the Heavenly Palace. In these 300 years, countless Khanate gods were born, and even more creatures had reversed their divine bodies. The Spirit Sea divine system was even larger. The divine palaces outside, the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace occupied almost the entire Earth Marsh state. Countless grotto heavens and blessed lands settled here, and the place was prosperous to the extreme. At this moment, the gods suddenly looked up into the void. Rumble. Thunder seemed to rumble in heaven and earth. The river of time trembled, flowers fell, and golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. Purple chi rose from the east. Regardless of whether it was the gods of the Heavenly Palace or the Spirit Sea, they almost involuntarily knelt on the ground. Beasts kowtowed, stones nodded, and a vast divine aura swept across billions of voids. Long live the holy god of earthly sovereign. In the Spirit Sea, the post-celestial reincarnation, Great Tao, appeared directly in the myriad worlds. Countless beings who cultivated the post-celestial reincarnation, Great Tao, fell into an epiphany, and their strength increased greatly. The transformation is a success. On the divine throne in the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, Qin Feng seemed to see a figure slowly rise from the rolling river of time and rise above it. The figure's form changed, sometimes turning into a mirror, sometimes into a radiant shadow. It was extremely majestic. With the return of the holy god, the spiritual chi in the spirit sea seemed to surge again. Connate spiritual chi fell like rain in the trillions of voids. At this moment, all the gods looked at the hazy river of time with envy in their eyes. More than 1,700 years in history, the earthly sovereign, Wang Daoi, had finally completely refined the earthly sovereign reincarnation mirror. Today, he fully emerged and became the post-celestial saint god of post-celestial reincarnation. Rumble. With the birth of the earthly sovereign, the authority of the underworld automatically belonged to him. Many underworld gods kowtowed, and the power of the underworld swept across the myriad worlds. Countless lesser and greater worlds were affected by the radiation of the post-celestial reincarnation Great Tao, and reincarnation passages were created. Although the reincarnation Great Tao is a post-celestial Great Tao, it is indeed one of the top few post-celestial Great Taos. It leads directly to the origin of the world. On the divine throne, Qin Feng opened his eyes. Light flowed around him, and countless illusory lights swirled around him. It was a mystical scene. A part of the true meaning of the innate universe Tao was revealed. His aura had already surpassed the level of an ordinary 9th-level innate saint god. From this, it could be seen that his 1,700 years of cultivation was definitely not a waste of time. However, even though Wang Daoi can be said to be the lord of the netherworld and the emperor of the source of the netherworld, reincarnation is too important. It involves the source of the heavens and earth, so he can't not interfere. On the divine throne, Qin Feng's eyes swirled with divine light. He had opened the heavens and 10,000 worlds to the underworld, but it was not to let the earthly sovereign in him, the celestial emperor, share the heaven and earth equally. In the river of time, 3 flowers appeared above Wang Daoi's head. The first one represented the post-celestial reincarnation Grand Tao. It went from the 3rd to the 4th, then to the 5th. As the underworld swept through the heavens and opened the passageways, billions of lives found a place of reincarnation. The underworld's fate gathered above the earthly sovereign's head, and the 6th and 7th lotuses bloomed one after another. He had just taken human form, yet his flower was already at the 7th grade. Such talent and accumulation was enough to make countless sacred gods die of shame. But in Qin Feng's view, it was more the underworld's fate that he was blessed with. The birth anomaly attracted the attention of many gods of the spirit sea who cultivated the laws of soul, dark een, and death. Many gods of the spirit sea couldn't help but walk out of their caves and head to the underworld to seek refuge with the earthly sovereign's bloodline. The earthly sovereign's bloodline's strength increased greatly. At this time, a faint and pleasant female voice sounded from the depths of the underworld. Heavenly Tao above, the Lord of the endless blood river monarch Red Lotus, has been summoned by the heavenly Tao. Carrying the wishes of the world's living beings, she has established the 18 layers of hell, plowed out good and evil, and rewarded the good and punished the evil. Rumble, 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 rumble. Blood red, lightning rumbled from the depths of the underworld, cutting off part of the underworld's fate like a sword. The earthly sovereign's face turned extremely ugly. The divine tree realm. Hearing the voice, the Queen of Silver Moon's beautiful face flashed with a trace of coldness. In the next moment, the divine tree realm shook. 2 streaks of light flew out from the underworld. Looking at the 2 streaks of light, the Queen of Silver Moon's eyes turned cold, and she clenched her teeth. Yuan Shi is so generous to this woman. Are those 2 innate treasures? At this moment, all the gods in the heavens who were alarmed looked at the 2 streams of light with burning eyes. The 18 layers of hell pagoda and the netherworld book of life and death. 2 streaks of light like shooting stars. Among them, the netherworld book of life and death flashed and quickly passed through the river of time and landed in the hands of the earthly sovereign, Wang Daoi. The Book of Life and Death records the birth, death, and lifespan of all lives below the deity king realm. The earthly sovereign's ugly face changed slightly and flickered with a trace of shock. Without a doubt, the Book of Life and Death was an important treasure of the underworld, but he didn't understand. The Book of Life and Death should have been born in the underworld. How did it fall into the hands of the heavenly sovereign? There was no time to think. The 18 floors of Hell pagoda fell into the underworld, landing at the intersection of the underworld and the endless blood river. The enormous power of the two worlds was injected into the Hell pagoda. In the blood river, barefoot, blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Red lotus eyes flickered like the blood river. With a flick of his sleeve, a blood-red energy flew out from the endless blood river and bombarded the 18 floors of Hell pagoda. 18 floors of Hell appear. A melodious voice shouted. Rumble. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the incomparably dark pagoda that seemed to have nurtured all kinds of evil power in the world instantly transformed into 18 floors that filled the entire underworld. The moment the 18 floors of Hell were born, it seemed to have merged with the boundless underworld. The inescapable nets sensed that in the underworld, countless evil spirits and ghost kings that had committed crimes and died on the roadside were forcibly drawn into the 18 floors of Hell. Correspondingly, countless terrifying tortures were born in the 18 floors of Hell, extracting the vicious thoughts of these evil spirits and ghost kings to nourish the 18 floors of Hell and even the entire underworld. Feeling the tortures of the 18 floors of Hell, even the gods felt their scalps tingle and their faces turn ugly for a moment. From now on, I'm the Lord of the endless blood river, the blood river emperor, and the ancestor god of Hell. As soon as the faint voice fell, a huge invisible pressure surged from Red Lotus, breaking through the world and pervading the spirit sea. The underworld was shaken, and millions of ghosts and gods cried and howled. Above the heavens, countless fortunes rolled, manifesting thunderous sounds, shaking the heavens and shaking the rivers and mountains. A large mass of yellow brilliance turned into a long dragon that soared into the sky. That was the reward given by the 18 floors of Hell, perfecting a part of the origin of heaven and earth. Such a huge mass of fortune rolling. Even the earthly sovereign who had just succeeded in his transformation slightly changed his expression. Hell was an extremely important part of the underworld in the spirit sea. If possible, the earthly sovereign naturally did not want it to fall into the hands of the ancestor god of Hell, who had suddenly jumped out. The earthly sovereign glanced at the life and death book in his hand, and his eyes changed. At the same time, he could feel a huge pressure looming high in the sky. Seeing that the huge mass of yellow fortune had not yet fallen, many gods could not help but reveal a trace of surprise in their eyes. Was this the origin of heaven and earth, not recognizing it? Or was there something missing? Many powerful creatures were ready to make a move. At this time, above the heavens, the wind and clouds changed color, as if a huge face spanning hundreds of millions of miles appeared above the heavens. With a glance, it seemed to see through the huge underworld. Approved. The incomparably cold voice fell, and the next moment, the rolling mass of yellow fortune in the 9 heavens fell like a rainbow into the body of the Lord of the endless blood river in the depths of the Blood River Palace. Her aura instantly broke through the shackles of the ancestor god. Chapter 1533. Bloody light shot up into the sky, and a huge phenomenon formed into a boundless blood river that connected the heavens and the earth. There was no beginning or end, no past, present, or future. It was a phenomenon manifested by the Blood Tao. After obtaining the title of Lord of Hell once again, she refined more than half of the boundless blood river. Her aura skyrocketed, far surpassing that of an ordinary ancestor god. She stepped barefoot on the blood river, and her blood-red hair danced in the wind. Her blood-red robe fluttered, and with a wave of her sleeve, a bloody light sprinkled down, and countless blood river godly spirits walked out of the blood river. Rows upon rows of them. The color of blood flickered in her eyes, and from the 18 levels of hell, pure white souls that had been tortured by hell and had their sinful aura washed away, appeared and fell into the river of blood. In the middle of the river of blood, lotus flowers flew over and wrapped around the pure white souls that had their memories wiped clean. Gulp, gulp. In the blood river, the lotuses wrapped around the pure white souls and took root in the blood river. It was as if the lotuses were incubating huge eggs. Bloody light dripped down as more and more eggs appeared on the blood river. Rumble. In the heavens and the earth, countless baleful auras rushed into the depths of the underworld like swallows returning to their nests. They landed on the lotuses, and many blood sea-red lotuses bloomed. Most of them bloomed at the 5th and 6th grade, and a few of them bloomed at the 8th and 9th grade. The eggs on the 8th and 9th grade blood sea-red lotuses had even more baleful auras, and a powerful aura was being nurtured within them. Kacha! Kacha! After absorbing the billowing baleful auras, a huge egg finally broke out of the egg. It was a peerless beauty that was nurtured by the baleful auras of the blood river. Almost all of them were peerless beauties, and their eyes were cold, filled with endless battle intent and baleful auras. They wore red miniskirts, and the mark of a red lotus appeared between their brows, ranging from the 1st grade to the 9th grade. As far as the eye could see, there were tens of thousands of them. The higher the grade of the red lotus between their brows, the stronger the aura it emitted. Those above the 5th grade were the innate blood river godly spirits. Those at the 6th grade were mid-grade innate gods. Those at the 7th grade were high-grade innate gods. Those at the 8th grade were innate god kings. And those at the 9th grade were innate god emperors. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of low-grade innate gods. There were also mid-grade level 6 innate gods and high-level level 7 innate gods who had lived for more than 1,000 years. There were also 7 innate deity kings and 2 innate deity emperors. When the girls saw so many people, their faces were filled with joy. Their gazes fell on the red-clothed ancestor god who was sitting on the central throne. They immediately kowtowed in unison. Greetings, ancestor god. Ancestor god is merciful. The red-clothed ancestral god's gaze fell upon the group of living beings that had been born with the blood sea red lotus. His gaze landed on the 2 innate celestial emperors leading the group. Innate deity emperors were extremely rare. In the past few hundred years, only a dozen of them were born, but each and every one of them was either a world-shaking existence or an ancestral god that reverted to the innate. However, it could be seen that these 2 innate deity emperors were just inferior innate deity emperors due to the quality of the blood sea red lotus. The peak innate deity king possessed a part of the innate deity emperor's essence, but was still weaker than the ordinary innate deity emperors. It was the same for these 2 innate deity emperors, but they were born with a trace of the blood river and hell's origin. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to have a part of the innate deity emperors to hold them back. Get up. The red-clothed ancestral god gently lifted the girls up. You were born with the heaven and earth's chi of malice and the endless chi of death in the blood river. You were born with the chi of death in the spiritual sea. You are born with the chi of death in the spiritual sea. From today onwards, you will be the Azura clan. You will be the emperors of the Azura clan. Thank you, ancestor. Xue Ling and Xue Mei, the 2 Azura clan's innate deity emperors, suppressed their joy and bowed. As for the 7 of you, you were born with the heaven and earth's chi of death in the blood river. You will be called Xue 1, Xue 2, Xue 3, Xue 4, Xue 5, Xue 6, and Xue 7. The 7 Azura clan's innate deity emperors looked at each other. Joy flashed across their faces, and they knelt down on one knee. Thank you for the names, ancestor. Red Lotus glanced at the many Azura clan's members with a smile in her eyes. The Azura clan's members were all females. They were born with the innate chi of death and the chi of death in the blood river. Their potential was limitless. This would be her source of confidence and authority in the Ling-Hai celestial system in the future. As a deity consort, Feng Yi had the gods of wealth in the God of Wealth Manor as her backing. Queen Silvermoon had the Divine Tree, the underworld deities in the Heaven Realm, and the Silvermoon clan. Bai Yin had the support of the Bai Emperor clan and the entire Bai Emperor continent. The two light heavenly concubines, Shi Han and Shi Tong, also had the support of the light and dark races. As the deity empress and queen monarch, she would never allow herself to be suppressed by a bunch of deity consorts. Congratulations to the ancestral god for establishing the Azura clan. Congratulations to the Azura clan's rebirth. On the side, the many blood river deities in the blood river bowed. Red Lotus waved her hand and dismissed the deities. Her gaze shifted to the Ling Shao Heavenly Palace's direction and landed on the 18 layers of hell. The 18 layers of hell had just been born. As the ancestral god who controlled hell's origin, she needed more time to comprehend the mysteries within and consolidate the ancestral god power she gained from a recent breakthrough. Earthly King Wang Daoi's transformation was completely broken. Many of the gods heading to the underworld were divided into two groups. One group joined the underworld, and the other group of powerful gods who cultivated the good and evil great Tao, and the evil great Tao chose to join the hell gods. The earthly sovereign Wang Daoi's figure appeared in the underworld, and he glanced at the underworld. The upper layer of the underworld was the underworld continent. In the middle was the 18 layers of hell that contained countless evil spirits and evil gods. The lowest layer was the boundless blood river of primal chaos. In essence, the underworld's authority and fate were greatly weakened by the hell ancestor god. The earthly sovereign celestial system was greatly suppressed. But looking at the life and death book in his hand, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Wang Daoi didn't say anything, but the deities under the earthly sovereign's bloodline had ugly expressions. A mountain cannot hold two tigers. Many deities hoped that the earthly sovereign Wang Daoi could expel the hell deities. But after waiting for a long time, Wang Daoi didn't do anything. 1,000 years ago, the earthly sovereign's god kings, celestial emperors, and celestial emperors of the earthly sovereign's bloodline were all struck down by the earthly sovereign's god kings, celestial emperors, and celestial emperors of the earthly sovereign's bloodline were all helpless against the earthly sovereign. At this time, in the numinous heaven palace, in a huge deity king's manor, in the radiant star monarch's manor of the 10 great immemorial star monarchs, on the stargazing platform above the manor, two figures were looking at the depths of the underworld. Senior Marshal Brother, did you find anything? A clear and melodious female voice sounded. Xiao Yuchan glanced at the goddess beside him. This was an exceptionally beautiful goddess. She wore white clothes, as if she was born from pure radiance. In fact, she was born from a strand of innate great sun radiant chi that resonated with heaven and earth. Among the many innate light deities, she was a rare female deity king. This goddess's name was She. Ever since she transformed, she entered the Xingqian school and was accepted as a disciple by him. She had always been very attached to him. Now, in the numinous heaven palace, she was a rather famous and beautiful goddess. Xiao Yuchan didn't pay attention to the beautiful face that was close to him. His eyes were still thinking about the hell ancestor god's race. If he wasn't wrong, when the Azura race was born, there seemed to be another enormous fate descending from heaven and earth. Didn't this mean that if he could create a race, he would also be favored by heaven and earth's origin fate? Then, he would go one step further. Chapter 1534. Xiao Yuchan was very strong and was close to becoming a god monarch. He had obtained the immemorial Sui sovereign's light god slaying art. Using the era of Ling Hai's advancement, he reversed the innate state and became an innate light deity king. Thanks to the immemorial light star and the early entry into the god system, he had obtained countless cultivation resources. In 1,000 years, he had broken through continuously. Not only did he further condense the innate light deity king body, but he had also secretly condensed the innate light deity emperor body through the various kinds of light energy he had collected. His cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. He had severed 3 lives and perfected the postnatal light, Great Tao. He was only a step away from becoming an ancestor god. Xiao Yuchan had long viewed the postnatal light, Great Tao, as his exclusive property. However, it was not easy to break through the last step. Although he had made great progress in the 1,000 years, his foundation was still weak, and he had not accumulated enough. His expression changed slightly, and a ball of pure light energy appeared on his palm. This light energy seemed to have attracted countless innate spiritual energy. Then, countless rare spiritual items appeared on his palm. Under the light energy, they took the form of birds, beasts, plants, and all kinds of strange forms. Seeing Xiao Yuchan throw down countless comprehensions without hesitation, the white-robed goddess felt her heart ache. The comprehensions Xiao Yuchan threw down in a short period of time were worth at least 10,000 merit points. 10,000 merit points were enough for an ordinary mortal to become a demigod. Nature Continent. Ever since this continent became the Ling race's territory, it had become their main camp. The Ling race had accepted most of the original green, serene god system's inheritance. Some of the astrals were incorporated into the astral race, while the rest of the astrals who were adept at destruction were unceremoniously sold off as slaves in the myriad worlds trading spaces. Now, all kinds of slaves were sold in high demand in the myriad worlds trading dimension. As the Wasteland Reclaimers conquered one unfamiliar world after another, they needed the slave races to farm, develop primitive races of elixirs, mine ores, or simply cultivate the worlds. Like the Ling race. The Ling race was made up of many plant spiritual roots, spiritual herbs, and some peaceful spirits that worshipped nature. The gods of the spirit race were generally fond of nature and peace, but they also had hundreds of servant races under their command. Some of them helped the spirit race develop wild worlds, and some of them helped the spirit race with some inconvenient tasks. In the center of the firmament divine kingdom, a verdant divine kingdom that seemed to be built by nature emerged. Countless spirit trees swayed in the wind. As one of the worlds of the Greater Thousand Worlds, Qin Feng naturally would not give up on the nature mainland. Qin Feng had long wanted to merge the nature mainland into the spirit sea. Although he had the idea, he didn't take action. There was only one reason for this. For such a greater world to move, once it got close to the spirit sea, it would be easily detected by powerful beings who had been spying on the spirit sea. By then, it would be a waste of effort to give it to those powerful beings. In fact, there was no lack of such existences outside the spirit sea. Those divine systems that were on bad terms with the Spirit Sea divine system were fishing for the large and small worlds close to the Spirit Sea. Of course, the purpose of the several large divine branches was to provoke Qin Feng to come out and kill him. With such a large group of worlds appearing, not only would they not be able to enter the Spirit Sea, but they would also be taken away by the hostile divine systems. Prince, did you notice? In the divine kingdom, on a few large nature divine thrones, several powerful nature divine gods looked at Prince Tsangqiang with fervent eyes. The heavenly palace's gods weren't the only ones who noticed the strange signs of the Azura race's birth. Through the divine kingdoms of the master gods, many spirit race experts that came and went in the spirit sea also noticed the abnormality. Prince, do you know why the birth of the Azura race is rewarded with fortune and merit points? An old man in a green robe frowned. He was dressed in a green robe and had a 3-foot-long green beard. His body was shrouded in green light. This was an innate spiritual root, the innate Xian pine. The ancestor of all pine had transformed into an innate deity king. The many deity kings of the spirit race looked at Prince Tsang with fervent eyes. The spirit sea divine system was extremely powerful and was known as the only divine system in the spirit sea. It also had a large number of gods under its command. With the spirit sea divine system's fortune to divide it among so many gods, there were too many monks and too little porridge. Only a portion of the upper echelons were able to fill their stomachs. The lower echelons could only fend for themselves. They either entered the divine system to take on the various divine positions, explored new lands, traded in the deity of wealth's heavens, or fought wars to barely fill their stomachs. The fact that the Azura race was able to obtain fortune through the birth of their race made the spirit race's gods envious. Elder Xiansong's question was also what the spirit race's gods wanted to ask. Logically speaking, the spirit race was also a complete race. They should be able to obtain the spirit race's own fortune and gather it. Why was it that the Azura race could do it, but the spirit race couldn't? What was the reason behind this? They could only watch helplessly as the enormous fortune was right in front of their eyes, but they couldn't touch it. This made the spirit race's gods anxious. On the central throne, the huge Tsangqion world tree covered the sky. Under the tree, Prince Tsangqion wore an imperial robe. His appearance was very similar to the young Qin Feng. Because he had once been the king of hell in the divine tree celestial realm, he had a very strong imperial aura. After becoming the leader of the spirit race, his aura became even stronger. After 1,000 years, he was very close to the position of an ancestor god. He looked around at the spirit race gods in the hall and shook his head. You don't have to look at me, right? The mysteries of fortune are extremely mysterious. I'm afraid only my father can understand the mysteries behind it. Prince Tsangqion shook his head. The realm of fortune was too mysterious. However, he was moved. He had heard from some old people in Xingqian school that his father had been able to grow to where he was today because he had mastered a part of the mysteries of fortune. He relied on the fortune of others to achieve his Tao. Back then, his father was just a waste of the Qin family. He was almost a sacrificial lamb for the Qin family. How could he have the cultivation he had today? He had first plundered the fortune of the Qin family's young master, Qin Feng. After that, he had plundered or invested the fortune of other geniuses. Only then could he have such power. Of course, these were all rumors. No one knew if they were true or not. No one dared to ask Qin Feng. Prince Tsangqion looked around at the many spirit race elders in the hall and said, "How about this? I'll make a trip to the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace." Chapter 1535. Xiao Yuchan and the Ling clan weren't the only ones who saw this. Many experts saw the blessing of providence bestowed upon the ancestral gods of hell after the birth of Azura's race. Creating a race wasn't too difficult a task for many god emperors and ancestral gods. However, creating a race of Khanate gods wasn't something ordinary gods could accomplish. Many god emperors and ancestral gods created races, but not only did they not receive the race's providence, but they also received a lot of burdens. These numerous races were created, but after discovering that they could not obtain fate, they were immediately abandoned by the gods on the many continents overseas. However, there were some extremely powerful existences who had grasped a portion of the mysteries of providence. Spirit Sea's northern continent. This was an enormous spirit realm close to the 9 great divine lands, the Earth Marsh Divine Land. Many demon gods had fought for it. Its territory was vast, as if it was made up of hundreds of spirit realms. It was also known as the Demon Realm. At the center of the northern continent, a heavenly altar had been set up above Mount Meru. Below it was an earthly altar that corresponded to heaven and earth. It looked very simple and unadorned, without any traces of formations. However, there was a primordial beginning in the depths of its depths. It exuded a formless rhythm that covered the entire northern continent. Any living being from the primordial era would be able to tell that this was the most representative item of the primordial era. Rings of jade stairs had been built around the altar descending from the mountain range. Countless demon gods of the northern continent gathered here. Closest to the heavenly altar stood 9 mysterious holy demons in imperial crowns. They were the 9 demon emperors of Khanate demon gods. They were the Crimson Emperor, Mahasvara demon emperor, Yama demon emperor, Numinous Treasure demon emperor, Bloodseed demon emperor, Moonfrost demon emperor, Black Dragon demon emperor, Golden Rock demon emperor, and Chaos demon emperor. The 9 demon emperors had all mastered the true teachings of the demon Tao and were emperors of the demon god race who had carved out their own paths. Among them, some of their achievements today were indirectly thanks to Qin Feng. For example, the Numinous Treasure demon emperor was the Cloud Shadow, celestial master of the Cloud Shadow Peak of the Bailing sect in the northern spirit region. He obtained Qin Feng's primordial spiritual treasure sutra and cultivated the supreme spiritual treasure, heavenly demon true body. He gathered the immortal demon soul and became the ancestor of the Tool demon lineage, the demon emperor of the Tao confirmation lineage. There is also the Yama Emperor Shangwu Dao. In the past, he was just an ordinary corpse emperor hiding in Wushang City. It was only after he obtained the Azura heavenly demon art that he cultivated the immortal and indestructible Azura heavenly demon body. Then there was the Great Cold Demon Emperor, who had been raped by an ancient expert and obtained the Great Cold Demon Sutra. That was how he had become the Great Demon Lord of the Great Cold Demon bloodline and the Supreme Demon Emperor. The auras of the 9 devil emperors could be said to be monstrous. Each of them was like an ancient giant. Apart from the 9 supreme demon emperors, there were also many innate demon god kings. Numerous figures of demonic nature interweaved with the divine body, incomparably powerful. It was at this moment a figure silently appeared on the altar. He wore a long black robe and stood with his hands behind his back. His face was cold and expressionless. He looked like an extremely ordinary person. There were no signs of divine power. However, there was an aura around him as if he was the overlord of this world, and his will was the will of this world. Around the altar, countless living beings knelt down and bowed. Greetings, Demon Venerable Tsang Tian. May Demon Venerable live as long as the heavens and attain eternity as soon as possible. Tsang Tian Demon Venerable. Tsang Tian Demon Emperor, the 3rd innate deity emperor to be born in this world. Among the billions of innate gods, he was one of the strongest innate deity emperors. Among the many innate deity emperors of the many races, he was also one of the strongest. His origin was also very noble. He had once obtained the heritage of several eras of civilizations. He had mastered the Tao of worship, Tao of witchcraft, Tao of martial, Tao of saint, Tao of celestial, Tao of Buddha, and many more. He possessed the essence of several civilizations and created the Tsang Tian Demon Tao. He even spread the word of the Demon Tao and claimed that all living beings in this world could turn into demons. He could be said to be the true ancestor of the Demon Tao. He was also the current master of the Demon Domain. He revered the primordial Lord God as the Demon Master of the past, the first Demon Master. He himself was the Demon Master of the present, the 2nd Demon Master. The current master of the Demon Tao, standing on the heavenly altar, Tsang Tian Demon Venerable wore a black Taoist robe and his long hair draped over his shoulders. In his hand was a strange weapon that exuded a terrifying demonic aura. It was indeed the innate demon god race's supreme divine weapon, the Tsang Tian Blade. This supreme divine weapon had followed Tsang Tian Demon Venerable through the 4 seas and killed countless spirit ocean's godly spirits. Among them, there were many who were known as the emperors of the gods, the ancestors of the gods, the celestial emperors of the various races, and even the ancestor gods. This was a truly peerless divine weapon. He glanced at the prostrating demon gods indifferently, as if nothing in this world could move him. Demon Venerable Tsang Tian waved his hand and lifted up the countless demon gods that were kowtowing on Mount Meru. His cold and majestic voice came from his mouth. Today I, Demon Venerable Tsang Tian, the current demon master, have gathered countless experts of the northern continent's demon Tao here to protect more living beings and prevent them from suffering from the chaos of war. I, Tsang Tian Demon Venerable, the second demon master, will establish a supreme demon sect to protect countless living beings in the 4 seas and 8 barren lands. I will establish a supreme pure land of the demon Tao for the many branches of the demon Tao of the northern continent. I will seek a pure land of the demon Tao, where there will be no disasters and no tribulations, and we will never be bullied by others. As soon as Tsang Tian Demon Venerable finished speaking, every living being within 100 million miles of Mount Meru trembled with uncontrollable joy and even fanaticism. As a member of the northern continent and the successors of many demon Tao branches, they had long been looking forward to the day when they could clear the name of the demon Tao and truly raise the banner of the demon Tao. They didn't want to become the minor Tao that the other gods spoke of. Moreover, they were demon gods born in the northern continent. Many demon gods were very clear about the situation outside the northern continent. It could be said that it was a chaotic place. Many gods were fighting for territory, and the war that crossed over the divine regions was terrifying. Without Tsang Tian Demon Venerable's protection, the northern continent would become the delicacies of other divine regions sooner or later. Although many demon Tao branches lived together on the northern continent, they had never been unified. There were even many conflicts between the various demon Tao branches. They were like a plate of loose sand. Tsang Tian Demon Venerable stepped forward and stood on the altar. He lit up the sandalwood incense on a large cauldron on the altar. He bowed towards the sky and shouted, "Today I, Tsang Tian Demon Venerable, will establish a supreme demon sect to protect the living beings of the northern continent from the calamity of war. The supreme demon sect will follow the Tao of order and chaos. Every expert of the demon sect will be independent and self-reliant. We will be the army of the Spirit Sea. We will plunder the heavens and nurture the Spirit Sea. The demon sect will be established. In the future, Primordial Lord God will be the first demon ancestor. I will be the second demon master, Tsang Tian Demon Venerable." Above the Ling Shao Heavenly Palace, Qin Feng was instantly awakened from his seclusion to comprehend the innate Tao. He looked towards the northern continent that was adjacent to the Earth Marsh Divine region. His gaze landed on the gigantic altar, and it seemed like endless fate was gathering there. Chapter 1536. Establishing a Sect Instead of Sect. On the throne, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. His gaze seemed to pierce through endless time and space and landed on Demon Venerable Tsang Tian. Duan Shaolu respected him as the first demon master and the demon master of the past. Now that the demon gate was established, it would be of great benefit to him as well. The moment his saint heart moved, heaven and earth reacted. As soon as Demon Venerable Tsang Tian finished speaking, the living beings of the northern mainland felt as supreme will descend upon the heavenly altar. At the same time, endless merit providence was bestowed upon Demon Venerable Tsang Tian and the demon gods. Rumble. Both the heavenly altar and the earthly altar shot up into the sky. The demon gate was the first to establish a sect and was willing to fight for the Spirit Sea. Naturally, they were recognized by the Spirit Sea's origin and were bestowed with endless merit providence. In the future, as long as the Demon Gate could provide countless warriors for the Spirit Sea to fight in the outer regions, the Demon Gate's legacy would not be destroyed. As the master of the Demon Path, Demon Venerable Tsang Tian, the Demon Master of the past, and the future Demon Master would never be in danger of dying. A huge ball of Xianhuang merit providence fell from the 9 heavens and split into countless portions, landing in the bodies of the demon gods. About 80% of it split into 2, with 50% going to Qin Feng. 30% went to Demon Venerable Tsang Tian. Rumble. After receiving 30% of the Xianhuang merit providence, a surging black light flew out of demon venerable Song Tian's body and rushed up. An ancestor god's aura burst out. He broke through. The eyes of the demon gods lit up. In the god system, apart from the 8 great heavenly venerables, he should be the second god emperor to break through to the ancestor god realm. The first was the Hell ancestor god. After the Hell ancestor god broke through, he led his troops to join the Spirit Sea god system and established the underworld sect. It was under the mountain gods and was in a semi-independent state. Above the heavenly palace, Qin Feng felt the huge ball of Xianhuang merit providence. His eyes moved slightly and landed on demon venerable Song Tian. He created the demon path and made Duan Shaolu the second demon master. To a certain extent, he had taken away a part of Song Tian demon venerable's fate. In his eyes, this heaven and earth merit providence was not big. At least, it was just a drop in the bucket compared to the providence that he obtained by adjusting the yin and yang of heaven and earth and operating the way of heaven every day. However, to demon venerable Song Tian, it might be of great significance. Abyssal heaven demon venerable Duan Shao Lu could be counted as one of his few good friends and confidants. With a flick of his finger, that lump of merit and dark yellow fate turned into a stream of light and shot towards demon venerable Song Tian. A pair of pitch-black demon eyes opened and looked in the direction of the Lingshao heavenly palace. Demon venerable Song Tian's cold face changed slightly. In the next moment, the black-yellow merit fate entered his body, and his aura skyrocketed. Song Tian demon venerable broke through. Ancient evil spirit path within the dead spirit abyss. An ancient ancestor god looked at demon venerable Song Tian's breakthrough with an ugly expression. The ancient ancestor god gritted his teeth. He had a great Tao battle with demon venerable Song Tian. When demon venerable Song Tian led millions of demon gods in the northern continent to worship the Spirit Sea and establish the Demon Gate. The southern part of the Spirit Sea was adjacent to the wild, desolate spirit realm and the myriad star spirit realm. In a huge spirit realm in the northern spirit realm, this place was called the wild, desolate spirit realm. It was already occupied by a portion of the innate gods that had been revived by the immemorial sorcerer tribe. At this moment, under the leadership of an ancient sorcerer ancestor god, millions of sorcerer tribe experts also set up an altar. At the same time, voices of worship came from the Mulberry Sky Mountain in the northwest of the Spirit Sea. Today, I, the sorcerer ancestor, established the sorcerer ancestor to be the guardian of the Spirit Sea. I shall protect the heavens and earth. I shall be the mirror of the Spirit Sea. I shall be the mirror of the heavenly Tao. Today I, Song Tian, establish the spirit race. I shall protect the Spirit Sea. I shall be the mirror of the heavenly Tao. Another 2 shocking anomalies shot up into the sky from the south and northwest of the Spirit Sea. Surging providence gathered. The providence of the 2 races turned into a boundless providence anomaly. Vast and mighty auras swept across millions of miles, causing the expressions of billions of people to change. Today I, the second-generation dragon ancestor Ao Qing, established the Supreme Dragon Court. I shall worship the primeval Saint God as the ancestor dragon. I shall be the primeval dragon. I shall protect the Spirit Sea and conquer other worlds. I shall strengthen my Spirit Sea. I shall be the heavenly Tao. Today I, the innate Phoenix ancestor Phoenix, establish the Phoenix race. I shall protect the Spirit Sea and conquer the heretics. I shall suppress the 10 volcanoes in the south of the Spirit Sea. I shall be the heavenly Tao. Today I, the supreme ancestor god, establish the supreme sacred ground. I shall open a mountain gate and pass down my supreme techniques. Those who are fated can enter the sect. Today I, the mother of all water, Inji, accept the primeval talisman. I shall establish the boundless sacred ground in the boundless sea. I shall open the mountain gate and pass down the supreme techniques of the water palace. All gods of the 5 seas may come. Today I, the ancestor god Shio, accept the Buddha Lord's talisman. I shall establish the supreme Buddhist kingdom in the spirit mountain of the west. I shall pass down the boundless Buddhist Dharma and open the mountain gate. All gods of the west may come and enter the pure land of Buddhism. Waves of mighty aura soared into the sky. Today was probably the busiest day since the Spirit Sea's advancement. Many experts appeared and established their own races, sacred grounds, and even their own sections. Among them, there was no lack of powerful ancestor gods of the Spirit Sea divine system. How lively! It's comparable to the first era of the primordial era. In the Lingxiao heavenly palace, the gods were in a heated discussion. Their eyes were filled with excitement, envy, jealousy, and murderous intent. I'm afraid it's more than that. Although the Spirit Sea gave birth to many innate gods during the primordial era, the Spirit Sea was only a great thousand world. Now it's different. The heavens and earth are vast and boundless. There are innate gods and postnate living beings coming and going from the innate Yuan Qi all the time. A deity emperor's eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. The dark north deity king, Yi Ding, glanced at the deity emperor beside him. This deity emperor was none other than the divine Kunpeng lady. She was also the deity emperor that he had brought along with him. After the deity emperor was resurrected, he had conquered her in the span of 1,000 years, and she had become the empress of the dark north divine emperor palace. On the throne, Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the gods in the heavenly palace. Many of them were already itching to give it a try. Many of them looked at him. Qin Feng knew what they were thinking and immediately said, "If you are willing, you can give up your divine duties and head to the Spirit Sea." Qin Feng's meaning was clear. If they wanted to go to the Spirit Sea to fight for the fortune, they could. All they had to do was give up their divine duties. As soon as he said that, the restless gods quieted down. Only a small portion of them whispered among themselves. What kind of joke was this? How could they give up their divine duties? Those divine duties were supported by the fortune of the Spirit Sea divine system. If they were given up, the fortune they received would drop by many times. Although many races have been established one after another, the fortune of the kings of some races with millions of members couldn't even compare to the fortune of an idle deity king in the Lingxiao heavenly palace. As for the deity kings with real power, they were targeted by countless other deity kings. The competition was fierce. Chapter 1537. However, there were also some powerful and idle deity emperors who were tempted. Those deity emperors were originally idlers. The arrival of the era of great battles was a huge opportunity. Even if they lost, they would still be able to become famous in the future. It was also a great fortune. For example, the Kuan Peng Divine Lady. Recently, several innate Kuan Pengs were born in the world. She was prepared to work with the masters of the Kuan Peng race to establish the Kuan Peng sacred land and gather some spiritual beasts with the bloodline of the Kuan Peng. Another example was the Ice Snow Deity Emperor. He was also preparing to gather some innate ice snow fairies born in the extreme North Snow region to establish the Ice Snow Sacred Clan. This could be said to be the first era of the Spirit Sea Void Great Cosmos. As the experts of the Golden Era, many experts had witnessed how powerful and prosperous the first era of the Spirit Sea was. There were many famous immemorial great emperors and Taoists. Now, they had the same opportunity. Even if the last inheritance was destroyed, it would not be a waste to witness the first era of the Spirit Sea's advancement. Even if it was not enough, they could also become the ancestors of forces like the 72 mysterious sects. After receiving the permission of the Master God of the Divine System, some of the powerful deity emperors left the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace and went to a nearby palace to report. Then, they went straight to the Spirit Sea to establish their own inheritance forces. On the high throne, Qin Feng watched coldly as some of the deities left. Freedom in the Frost World. He never stopped the deities from making their choice. These days, his spirit, heavenly Tao wheel was getting stronger day by day. It was gradually merging with the inescapable net. No matter what kind of overlord appeared in the spirit sea, he was like Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who sat high in the nine heavens and controlled the changes of the heavenly Tao. A second innate Tao aura emerged from his body. Above his head, on top of the three Tao lotuses, the first gray lotus swayed. It seemed to have merged with the innate Tao of creation. On the lotus, there was an 18-grade lotus seat that rotated slowly. There was a ray of light in the lotus. It carried a faint three-colored aura. The aura of chaos was blurry, and there was a terrifying power that seemed to be able to affect the heavens and realms. The innate three-colored chaotic light. The three colors were the phenomena of a heavenly king avatar. It was rumored that there were only a few innate saint gods in the spirit sea who could cultivate such a dharma body. One of them was the primordial chaos Taoist, the other was the ancient Sui sovereign, and the last was the Eastern Baron Emperor. However, Qin Feng's battle body was still being nurtured, absorbing a part of the spirit sea's origin. As the creator space behind him merged with the spirit sea, the battle body was being refined bit by bit, and its power increased. Among the three flowers, besides the first one, the second one was gradually becoming clearer. On top of the lotus, there was a gray precious book. It was misty and emitted an ethereal aura. The universe book was only a step away from becoming a connate spiritual treasure. The time for its advancement was coming. Benefiting from the universe scripture's innate universe, Qin Feng's cultivation of the innate universe, Tao, had improved tremendously. Qin Feng could sense that as long as the universe book was upgraded to a connate spiritual treasure, he would possess the right to become a second step lord. Rumble. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng seemed to hear the sound of countless worlds shaking. The gods were completely unaware of this sound. Underworld, Earth's sovereign mountain. This was the place where the dark Yin laws of the underworld gathered. Earth's sovereign raised his head and looked outside the spirit sea. In his eyes, countless worlds outside the spirit sea were boiling like volcanoes that could erupt at any time. It was evil energy, a terrifying evil energy that frightened him to the core. If this evil energy continued to spread, it would contaminate the world. Earth's sovereign's expression changed slightly. For the first time, he discovered that there was such a terrifying thing in the spirit sea. However, above the numerous worlds, there was an invisible force that firmly suppressed the violent power that was about to erupt. It seemed to be the nemesis of the evil energy. Not only did it devour and refine it, it even fed it back. The refined energy was turned into an extremely pure evil origin and fed back into the 18 layers of hell in the depths of the underworld. After receiving the pure evil energy, the 18 layers of hell became abnormally powerful. The gods in the 18 layers of hell benefited greatly, especially the ancestral god of hell in the center. What the hell is that? Earth's sovereign's eyes flickered. He vaguely knew that the evil energy seemed to be coming from outside the spirit sea. Just by slightly sensing that evil aura, he could not help but feel frightened to the core. Qin Feng's figure had disappeared from the Lingxiao heavenly palace and appeared outside the spirit sea, looking at the violently boiling evil energy. Qin Feng sneered and thought to himself, I finally sensed something wrong, but it's too late. It's the heavenly way. In the depths of the heavenly way seal, evil Lord Lawlessness's face was extremely gloomy with his hands under his sleeves. At this moment, after nearly 1,000 years of erosion, he finally managed to invade most of his avatar. However, as soon as he entered, he immediately felt that something was wrong. His evil origin had been lost by 80 to 90%. Moreover, there were countless restrictions around, and those restrictions vaguely revealed the aura of a Heavenly Way monster. However, compared to ordinary Heavenly Way monsters, that terrifying Heavenly Way monster was much more powerful. It seemed to have completely mastered the rules of heaven and earth in this world, and was much more powerful than him, a second step lord. Most of his evil origin had been transformed by the Heavenly Way monster and became nourishment for the Heavenly Way. Come out. I know you've already developed your own will. He was not aware of Qin Feng's existence and only thought that this world had been occupied by the Heavenly Way. You can't kill me. I still have a part of my origin outside. Even if you destroy this part of my origin, I'll definitely be able to revive in a short period of time with the power that I've mastered. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Looking at the enormous Heavenly Way well above his head, evil Lord Lawlessness's voice carried a faint hint of evil charm and evil temptation that could vaguely trigger the Heavenly Way evil rules of heaven and earth. There was no sound. In the depths of the Heavenly Way, a voice appeared silently in Qin Feng's primordial spirit. Let him go. Letting him go is the best plan. Otherwise, you'll completely offend a second step lord. You've already offended many god systems. You can't afford to offend another second step lord. This extremely evil energy seemed to ignore the Heavenly Way's obstruction and affected his mind. It can actually affect the mind of a pinnacle innate saint god expert without a sound. Qin Feng was shocked. One must know that the unknown evil over God's origin had already been transformed by him through the spirit sea. With a thought, a faint Buddhist chant appeared in the depths of Qin Feng's soul and instantly destroyed that portion of evil energy. Rumble. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Evil Lord Lawlessness was already smiling sinisterly as he suddenly turned into billions of evil spiritual lights that blasted at the Heavenly Way seals around him. It was a mighty sight. Qin Feng's face turned cold. Once he destroyed those Heavenly Way seals, he would definitely be able to enter the Spirit Sea. If he was allowed to enter the Spirit Sea, he would be like a ferocious tiger entering a flock of sheep. Chapter 1538. Never doubt the destructive power of a chaotic evil god. The chaotic evil gods were born in a world of destruction. They were born with an incomparable chaotic power. Ling Hai had just leveled up not long ago. Although he had built the inescapable net, he was still unable to put up much resistance against a chaotic evil god who was bent on destruction. Qin Feng would not let the chaotic evil god escape. Qin Feng flashed and appeared in front of the vast and mighty evil spirit light. He unleashed a super divine technique. Heavenly Path, Divine Seal. Countless worlds suddenly intertwined with this power and turned into a terrifying fire net. As if they had hit an iron plate, the billions of evil light flew back and countless spirit light rolled back. The power of the Heavenly Path. Evil Lord Lawlessness's face turned ugly. The vast Heavenly Path flames were like a huge furnace that entered the countless worlds and refined them inch by inch. Massacre Light, all evil dragons. Accompanied by a loud shout, his body suddenly collapsed like an exploding star. Endless evil energy spread out and split into countless worlds, sweeping through countless worlds. Under the vast evil spirit light, all things in the world seemed to be wailing as if they had met an unstoppable apocalypse. They turned into an extremely evil aura. Mountains, rivers, space-time, the firmament, and even worlds were turned into evil energy. Roar. Vaguely, a terrifying evil dragon that could devour billions of lives appeared. Its horns were towering, and it was abnormally terrifying. Doomsday Evil Dragon. So the so-called Evil Lord Lawlessness is a Doomsday Evil Dragon. The Doomsday Evil Dragon was not enough to be called a dragon. It was a terrifying creature that was born on the premise of destroying a greater world. The Doomsday Evil Dragon was extremely rare. Even among the chaotic evil gods, it was probably rare. Vast evil spirit light spread out, and in the blink of an eye, a large part of the surrounding world was turned into nothingness. Innate massacre and innate nothingness. Two types of innate Taoist rhymes vaguely appeared. Qin Feng looked at this scene calmly. All techniques returned to the same place. His art of inner demons could also reach this stage if he cultivated it to the highest level. Not only could he infiltrate living beings, but he could also infiltrate mountains, rivers, the heavens, and the world of space-time. With a thought, he could transform into countless living beings and billions of space-times. At the same time, he could refine all of those living beings and convert them into energy to replenish himself. Qin Feng's expression was calm as he looked at everything calmly, allowing the countless worlds to be devoured by the evil lord. The power of the heavenly Tao Divine Seal had long seeped into countless worlds and billions of living beings. If it were not for the fact that the evil lord was still at his peak, even if he had the source of the spirit sea as his backing, he would still be in for a headache. Qin Feng suddenly felt lucky. If it were not for the inescapable trap and the spirit sea's wheel of the heavenly way, he really would not have been able to do anything to a second-step Lord-level powerhouse like the evil lord. Roar! Sword of Void. The gigantic doomsday evil dragon did not attack immediately. Instead, it burned all of the power it had obtained from destroying the world, and even burned its own indestructible evil soul. The destructive gray flames began to expand, like a huge gray sun, rapidly expanding like a balloon. Its power was climbing steadily. An earth-shattering power was brewing, causing space-time to tremble. This power was not huge, but its essence was extremely high. Once it exploded, the spirit sea would definitely be severely damaged. The evil lord's thoughts were extremely gloomy and decisive. He knew that most of his source had been devoured. Even if he destroyed many worlds and obtained a part of it to replenish himself, he was still no match for the unknown heavenly Tao monster. He might as well go all out and destroy the evil soul. Even if he could not severely injure the heavenly Tao monster, he could still severely damage the spirit sea. A futile struggle. Qin Feng shook his head. He raised a hand and pointed it straight. Bang! 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 It was as if billions of lightning and fire had exploded from the doomsday evil dragon's body. The power of the heavenly Tao instantly drowned the doomsday evil dragon. Countless gray flames were completely refined from the inside, like volcanoes at the mouth of a mountain pass. Chi! Silently, the gigantic gray sun turned into ashes bit by bit. The evil lord stared coldly at the heavenly Tao high in the sky. We will meet again. As the cold and hoarse voice fell, the gigantic gray sun suddenly collapsed, turning into a ray of light and flying away. Qin Feng looked coldly at this scene. Those countless worlds and billions of living beings had been refined by him. It was originally a huge trap. The evil lord had refined those countless worlds and billions of living beings, swallowing all the heavenly Tao's power into his stomach. However, the evil lord had no other choice. He had already plunged into this trap. He could only try to refine Qin Feng's heavenly Tao's power. If he could completely refine it, he would be able to break through this huge trap and enter the inner layer of the spirit sea. Just as most of evil lord lawless origin imprints were being refined in the spirit sea, in the chaos, an illusory, pitch-black evil shadow on top of the chaos rock seemed to have fused with the chaos, becoming indistinguishable from one another. In an instant, a wave of pitch-black flames exploded around the chaos evil shadow. Failed. The chaotic evil shadow's face flashed with a trace of terrifying malevolence. At the side, the evil god of chaos looked at the evil lord in shock. Under that aura, she was like an ant shivering. However, when she noticed the weakness of the evil lord, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. After a moment, the evil lord retracted the anger on his face. He looked coldly in the direction of the spirit sea. This time, although he had split a large portion of his source into countless parts, there was still a portion that had yet to enter the spirit sea. As a level 17 chaos evil god, his true spirit was entrusted to the Tao of chaos. As long as he was not completely destroyed, he would eventually have a chance to recover. Spirit sea, I will be back. The evil lord's eyes flashed coldly. As long as he had 10,000 years, he would be able to recover once again. He turned around and looked coldly at the evil god of chaos under his feet. Did she really think that he did not notice the flash of surprise in her eyes? His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. After completely refining evil Lord Lawlessness's origin imprint, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the outside of the spirit sea. Qin Feng was clear that although the evil lord had fallen into his trap, the level 17 Chaos Evil God would not be killed so easily. The evil lord was not dead. However, after this battle, the evil lord would not be able to recover without 10,000 years. 10,000 years was enough to attempt to break through to the innate universe Tao. Rumble. As evil lord Wu Fa's huge source imprint was completely refined, a huge primal chaos evil god source was left floating in the void. This ball of chaos evil god source contained more than 60% of the evil lord's source. Any evil god on the side of the evil Tao could become a new chaos evil god after refining it. Chapter 1539. Chaos Fiend Gods were the ultimate existences born from a fusion of the evil Tao's laws with the Shang. They were the lords of the evil Tao, the kings of darkness, and the natural rulers of the chaos faction. However, almost all of the evil Tao's laws in the spirit sea had been converted after the birth of demon gods under the demonic Tao. Of the 9 heretical forefathers, there were only a handful of fiend gods under the evil Tao's laws apart from the ones who'd perished. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at the chaos evil god's origin that contained extreme darkness and evil. Balance was necessary in the world. As the saying went, where there was light, there would be darkness. If one of the two extremes was lost, the world's growth would stagnate and begin to regress. According to what Qin Feng had seen of the future from the river of time in the spirit sea, the future of the world would fall into chaos. The 6 origin sacred lands have been born for this very reason. Qin Feng looked at the ball of evil, darkness, and chaos origin energy. It contained more than 60% of a chaos fiend god strength. Any fiend god that absorbed it had a high chance of becoming a new chaos fiend god. Of course, that wasn't the greatest value of the origin energy. Any ancestor god that cultivated the chaos, darkness, or evil laws would have a 20% chance of confirming their Tao after devouring it. 20%, this was an extremely shocking probability. Emperor Earthly Sovereign Wang Daoi had schemed for 10 lifetimes and obtained the food Tao of the Abyss, but that only increased his chances of confirming his Tao by 10%. Qin Feng had risked his life traversing the various worlds before he'd confirmed his Tao, but he'd only managed to increase his chances by 10%. That was enough to show how precious the fiend god's origin energy was. Moreover, its hidden value didn't stop there. In the scenes Qin Feng had seen in the River of Time, there would be 6 origin sacred lands in the future. One of them was the Darkness Origin Sacred Land. A holy god would be born from the Darkness Origin Sacred Land. The Darkness Origin Sacred God would be born from the Darkness Origin energy of a universe. If anyone could obtain this origin energy that contained darkness, chaos, and evil, they would gain the favor of the Darkness Origin Sacred Land and become the master of the Darkness Origin Sacred Land. In the world, not to mention the experts on the evil god side, there were actually quite a number of experts who cultivated the acquired great Taos of darkness, evil, and chaos. Within the Spirit Sea Divine System, there were many powerful beings who were on the side of the acquired great Tao. For example, the innate Dragon of Destruction, one of the 12 true disciples of Xingqian School, was born and was now the Divine Emperor of Destruction, or the Firmament Devil Emperor. Although the Sangtian Demon Emperor cultivated the inborn true inheritance of massacre, he could also absorb the chaotic evil god's origin that contained endless darkness. Or perhaps Red Lotus, as the lord of the endless river of blood and the ancestral god of hell, Although Red Lotus was an ancestral god of the post-celestial Great Tao blood, she was still able to absorb the chaos evil god's quintessence. There were quite a few candidates. After some thought, Qin Feng came up with a candidate. Countless rays of light shone as the trembling sound reverberated throughout the universe. It was as if a ray of light had illuminated the entire spirit sea. Countless people looked up and saw that there seemed to be billions of beams of light in the endless sky. It was like an endless sea of light. It gathered all the light in the world, including the light of the sun, the light of the stars, the light of candles, and the light of hope. It was as if all the light in the spirit sea had gathered. Above the endless world, Qin Feng was dressed in a black robe. His black hair fluttered as he looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "The light origin sacred land has been born. After the fall of the chaotic evil god, the light origin sacred land has been born in advance." Looks like there's trouble again. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Since the light origin sacred land had been born in advance, the light origin sacred god would be born within 1,000 years. Although the new origin sacred god might only be an acquired sacred god, it would be troublesome if they were disloyal. What's going on? What's that place? What's with the rich light origin force? It seems to have been born from the sun star. It's like a greater thousand realm made of pure light. It's not a greater thousand realm. It seems to be a greater thousand realm nurtured by the light origin force. Sensing the extremely rich light origin force, the billions of gods in the spirit sea grew excited. This was especially true for the many gods of the connate light origin force. In the vast and boundless sea of the East Sea, a passageway suddenly appeared on the originally turbulent sea surface. The seawater naturally parted, and a figure walked out from it. It was an elegant middle-aged man with snow-white hair and a clean white robe draped over him. He raised his head. The light origin sacred land, an origin sacred land nurtured by the spirit sea's origin. Haha, looks like there's hope for me to attain Tao this time. Ever since the primeval over-god had attained Tao, many primordial experts have been hiding in the dark to avoid the spotlight. At the same time, they focused on cultivating in secret to attain Tao. The appearance of the light origin sacred land gave countless peerless experts hidden in the various major planes a glimmer of hope. Practically all the experts who were able to cultivate to the universe enlightened ancestral god realm had extremely high expectations towards the 16th level of the Tao integration realm. Without that sort of desire, without the will to painstakingly seek the grand Tao, it was extremely difficult for them to cultivate to the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. Previously, when the spirit sea had advanced, many ancient hermit experts had failed to seize the opportunity and allowed Qin Feng to reach Tao integration first. Although Qin Feng had some reputation before attaining Tao, he was but a nobody compared to the many old antiques of the primordial era. They had allowed a nobody to attain Tao before them. However, this also filled many ancient experts with anticipation. It had only been a short while, but many of the old antiques who were proficient in heavenly divination had already seen through the changes in heavenly mysteries. It's the light origin sacred land, a great creation nurtured by the light origin of heaven and earth. No one can stop the one who obtains the sacred land from becoming a holy god. Not even the primeval over-god can defy the heavens. Many of the old antiques guffawed as they divined. Many of the ancient living beings were worried that the primeval over-god would interfere with the light origin sacred land. Now, they could finally relax. Almost all of the light god emperors and ancestor gods were tempted. The descent of the light origin sacred land gave everyone an equal opportunity regardless of their faction. All light ancestor gods had a chance. In the eyes of many factions, and even the ancestor gods, this might be an opportunity. They could break free from the oppression of the Spirit Sea divine system. An excellent opportunity to stand up to the Spirit Sea divine system. As long as they seized the opportunity and became a light origin holy god, they might be able to share the Spirit Sea divine system with the Spirit Sea. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.